Danny there, so we're ready to go. If everybody's in their seats, we can start with the Environment and Infrastructure Committee, and I go to Director Taylor. Please, go ahead.
Thanks, and I just ditched my chair's copy of the agenda, so we'll call the meeting to order at 9:01. It's the Environment and Infrastructure Committee meeting. I'll take a motion to accept the agenda. Moved and seconded. Moving on, our first, call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. That's passed.
Sorry to interrupt here. We've had a change in agenda items this morning. Andrew is unable to get here quite yet to do his presentation. So what we thought would be that we would take Lisa, which is item C4 on the board agenda, and she can do a presentation here in committee while we await Andrew's arrival. So you may want to call for a motion to accept the agenda as amended.
Okay. Thanks, staff. I will call for a motion to accept the agenda as amended. Made and seconded. Call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Okay, Lisa, to our CAO, Mr. Zaffino, to introduce this.
So, thank you. So this item is actually under the board C4, and it is update on the 2017 Auditor General Water Audit for information, and is to provide an update on recommendations and take actions since receiving the performance audit. And Ms. Bloomfield's here to present the report.
Great, thank you very much. If I could get Danny to bring up my presentation, please. Yeah, it was supposed to be this afternoon in the board meeting, but okay. All right, so a little bit of good stuff to start the day with. Kind of an update on our water audit. So I'm just going to run through a bit of background about what it was, what the purpose of it was, the recommendations that the Auditor General for Local Government came out with, and then some of our key things that we have succeeded on since there. So the Auditor General for Local Government set out to look at the water systems. They did two of these audits, and one of them was the regional district, and they set out to answer these questions. Did the regional district's governance structure and activities support the provision of clean, safe drinking water? You know, did we manage them to meet current and future demands? And how was our treatment and distribution systems? Are they reliable and safe? So what they do is they carried out an unbiased, independent assessment with their auditors. We worked with them for quite a while, and they interviewed various staff and board members and community members, I believe, at the time. And they looked specifically at 3 water systems. They evaluated Naramata, Olalla, and Falder at the time. We did have many others, but those are the 3 ones that they focused on it for this. And what they found in the end is that the regional district met some of the core expectations, but we had some work to do. And they came out with 24 recommendations in the audit. And they did publish it in May of 2017, and it can be found on the Auditor General's website. Here's a copy of it here. It's nicely marked up. But we do refer to it, and we try and work through getting some of the items done. So in general, like I said, we met the core expectations. We have a structure in place that supports our systems. We implement water conservation, and 2 of the 3 systems met the drinking water standards at the time. At the time that this was done, the Falder water system did not yet have the uranium treatment in place, so we did not meet it for that one. It was brought online later that year, after the audit was finished. All right, so the recommendations they came back with, there was 5 different categories that they that they gave us recommendations in. The majority of them were in around the governance structure and the various activities, such as the administration, the accounting, how we kept all of our documents, and we know we needed some work on that. Other ones, source protection, and then the various treatment. Are we meeting the treatment and quality guidelines? And our storage and distribution, how is our storage? Do we have enough for fire flows? Do we have enough for future demand? And then how well do we do communicating out to the public? So for the governance structure and supporting activities, these were kind of the main topics of the 8 recommendations. A lot of the things we have looked after since then, but basically there was a lot of work that we had to do in here. We had to update various policies, and we still have a lot of legacy bylaws from some of the water systems that we've taken over. We are still working on it, and it's a slow process, but we are getting through them. And basically they came back with all of these. These are sort of the main themes of the recommendations. So I'm just going to go into a few of the recommendations and the work that we've done on them. So the recommendation 1 and 2 focused around policies, bylaws, and management of the systems. And we're probably about 60% of the way there on both of these recommendations. We've done the water acquisition policy, which we're putting into use several times now. The water use regulatory bylaw we brought into place. We've put in a conservation strategy and water restrictions, and we're various updates on the legacy bylaws. So we're doing pretty well on that one. We still have a bit to go. And recommendation 3 and 4 focused around asset management, financial health. Are we doing true cost accounting? So we're about 30 to 50% on our way there for this one. We have master plans, which are in progress, which is what we need in order to fully define our asset management plan and the full cost accounting to make sure that we're collecting enough money to go into reserves to pay for all of the upgrades required down the road. And so we have most of the remaining things. This is probably the category that we're still working on the most. Specifically because of the master plans. We have a couple underway right now, but we do have several planned for this year, and we plan to get them finished, I think, by the end of about 2026.
Yeah.
So recommendation 6 was all about our SCADA and our control of the infrastructure and getting IS involved with overseeing the network and the security of our SCADA system, which is absolutely vital to run these systems. As we found from the cyber attack, they're vulnerable just like those. Fortunately, we have been lucky not to have any issues with our water systems, but now IS is taking all the steps to make sure that our networks are secure. So we're almost all the way there on this one. The final portions of the SCADA network are going in progress right now. We have a few upgrades that we're still doing in Okanagan Falls since we acquired the system, and there's a few lingering things that we're working on. And what we're going to do is, after we've got all of the SCADA throughout the systems, we're going to upgrade our master plan. And one of the last items for this one is we've been evaluating the benefit for an in-house electrician for working on our controls and instrumentation since about 2018, 2019. So we've been waiting to see when it was actually justifiable to bring it forward. All right, so the recommendations 9 through 12, this was one that focused on source water protection. And we have done various work in this on Olalla, Falder, and Olalla, as well as some of the other systems as well. In Naramata, we're actually continuing to collect data for our source water protection plan, and we're actually just getting that updated right now with a consultant. And that forms part of our filtration deferral application to IHA. Because we do have surface water source in Naramata. It's pretty good water. Every now and then we see a bit more turbidity, but we feel that it still meets the filtration deferral criteria. And one of the things that we do still need to do is for all of our wells, there's a specific zone around them. And what we need to do is bring in some policies about development and activities that happen in this well capture zone. Right now, we don't have any. So this is one of the things on our plan to continue on with. And some of the larger scale discussions, the larger scale items about working with throughout the valley with other water purveyors was also in the recommendations. And this is kind of an ongoing thing with OBWB. They're kind of spearheading the overall watershed look of things. So we've been working with them and other regional districts on kind of the overall watershed management. Recommendation 20, is it in progress? Do we have enough storage? How's our distribution system? The big one was about the backup generators. We have since installed backup generators in Naramata, Falder, and Olalla, so they're all covered now. We also have them in West Bench and Missoula Lake. Willowbrook, we have set it up such that we can bring in our mobile generator and connect it up. Okanagan Falls, that we took over in January, of its 5 pump houses, one of them does have a generator, but the other 4 do not yet. And Sun Valley, we haven't started putting this forward yet because we were waiting for support from the community, and it's quite a large expense item for such a small community and water system. So recommendation 23, reliable mechanism of communication. We always struggle to do better, and I know our recent water breakdown in Okanagan Falls is one of the examples where we just couldn't reach out to everybody in the middle of the night. Voyant Alert, unfortunately, isn't working for us yet, but we're working with Christy right now to hopefully get that solved for all of our water systems soon. But yeah, we initially contacted people by emails, and then when we brought Civic Ready in, it was great. A lot of people signed up, and then now we've switched to Voyant Alert, and we just have to get all of the logistics figured out before we can actually use it properly for our water notifications. But the intent is to begin using it soon. So in summary, we had 24 recommendations, and so far up to date after the 6 years, we've got 11 that are still progressing to completion, 12 are complete, and 1 is kind of an ongoing at a larger scale. So, and based on our timelines, we anticipate that by about 2028, we expect to have all the recommendations completed. So it's a bit of good news there. So we're making headway on our water audit, and that's my presentation. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Bloomfield. I'm just wondering to our CAO, do we want to take questions now, or now that Andrew's back in the room, do we want to move back to the topic of the day?
Well, I'll leave that to the board. It's perfectly all right. Now, we do have time to have any questions answered.
All right, questions. Director Robinson.
Thank you, Director Taylor, through the chair. My question specific in regards to Area G, so we don't have zoning as it pertains to, but is there a way, or do you know that, can you do zoning around a well even when you're in an area that doesn't have zoning globally?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we can. We can bring it in as part of the water system regulations around the well. Yeah, and we do have, and the Olalla water system does have. We're up to stage 3 of our well protection plan. So.
Perfect, thank you. And a follow up for one additional question. you may not know this, but I'm wondering whether or not these same guidelines, or sorry, directions that came from the Attorney General, did they go to other levels of government, like irrigation districts? And, I know it won't necessarily have gone to private ones, but ones that are at a level of government, like improvement districts, irrigation districts, would they have received this same documentation and direction?
Thank you. When the Auditor General did this study, they actually looked at us, and I believe the city of Kelowna was the other one chosen at the time. As far as I know, they haven't done any other ones on specific water systems. They did look at the Ministry of Health in general and how they operate the water systems over the province, I believe. But yeah, any irrigation district or other municipality can look at these recommendations and work them into their own, because they're all best practices and a good way to manage your systems.
Thank you, Ms. Bloomfield. I'll move to Director Knodel from Area C.
Thank you. Through the chair. Lisa, I know we're in discussions. As you know, Gallagher Lake, we purchased the service through OIB, and I know we're in discussions with them as to capacities on both sewer and water. And we'll get, I'm sure, results on that fairly soon, because we'd like to expand, obviously. I know there's no issue with the quality of our search, but I'd like to know how we monitor the quality of the water in a unit that's not owned by us. That question's been asked of me a couple of times. Do we have documentation from the OIB to prove that all the conditions are being met? And, understandably, that service is becoming more and more expensive, where the only finger we have in the pie is actually the hookup. So I get asked a number of times from the residents how the quality is assured for them through the OIB. Thank you.
Ms. Bloomfield?
Thank you. Yeah, we actually do routine testing on the distribution system that comes into the regional district service area there. We do have various documentation from OIB, but I don't know exactly what we have from them, but we do our own independent testing.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bloomfield. Any questions in the room? Okay, I have one. Just along the lines of communication and awareness in the community, I'm not sure there's a real understanding of the difference between a boil water order, boil water notice, boil water advisory, and along the same lines as we've done with evacuation alerts and evacuation orders, if we can work on that. And it's even the notices that we use in the community. Sometimes we put a notice board out and it's really an order, and there is a difference. So perhaps you could speak to that.
Certainly. Yeah, there are a couple different levels of the water advisories. One of them is the water quality advisory, and that is basically a notice for people that are immune compromised. You don't have to necessarily boil your water. The average person doesn't have to, but it's an indicator that there may be an issue. So people that have health issues, you might want to use an alternate source or boil your water. A boil water notice is something where we know that there's something potentially impacting the quality of the water, and we don't want anybody to drink it. We want people to boil their water and not consume it directly out of the taps. In Okanagan Falls, we put a boil water on Sunday evening, because we had a break in the water main, and we know it went into negative pressure. So when we had this pit full of really muddy water, we knew that there was a little bit of slug that came back in. We were pretty sure we got it flushed out, but just in case, we put on the precautionary boil water. But the notification boards we put out, we try and make sure that it's clear. It's a boil water notice or water quality advisory, and maybe we just need to provide a bit more understanding to the public. And we're actually working on a newsletter right now that we've started on today for Okanagan Falls, just to give them a bit more background, and maybe it'd be a good thing to put out for all of our systems.
And just on the same vein, when you communicate that stuff out, what is the liability on a landlord or a condo strata that is the actual account holder to communicate that information to owners? That might also be useful. Okay, any other questions from the room? No? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Bloomfield. And I think we're going to move to our order of the day, which is the organics processing facility. And as I understand it, this is our opportunity for a second thought and a good discussion of this before we get to the board level. So, Mr. Zaffino.
Correct, and thank you. So at the last board meeting, the board did ask for additional information on the Organic Processing Center unit cost, and Mr. Reader's here to discuss that. The report is actually under C.2 under the regular board meeting, but we thought it would be more prudent to see it at this level, and then we have further discussions and actually make the final results for C3, which is the consulting RFP. I believe that they would be related. If you don't agree with this report, then C3 would be either deferred or pulled. So with that, I will ask Mr. Reader to present his report.
Has this been out in the rest of it?
See?
I'll just pass it.
Yes. Well, just in case you didn't get the full information, Mr. Reader is going to pass a hard copy. C2, right? I just want to see if, why wouldn't they get it?
Yeah, it's two.
So what's he passing around?
I guess a paper copy of it.
This one? Is it?
I was trying to ask, yeah.
Let me just look. Is it the same one? There's additional information here. Okay.
Do you have an extra one there?
So what I'm noticing is that there is a report here, but there's additional information on the sheet that Mr. Reader just distributed. Mr. Reader, if you can start.
Thank you. So I'll just step back and give you a little bit of a overall history. So in July 6 of this year, we actually set a direction. So this is when our board got together and we looked at, I think we had a presentation from AECOM who looked at different options, and we looked at different ways of processing at 1313 Grayback, and we also looked at some of the costs to ship out of region. Since that time, we've gone forward with the several readings of the zoning bylaw, and I think as CEO Zaffino has indicated that there was some uncomfort about some of the costs that it would be if we were to ship out of region, and what would that entail. So what we've done is we put a report together, fairly hasty, in making sure that we had the up-to-date costs. There were some concerns also that we had all the costs from the different areas, so we've made sure that we've updated all the information possible to ship out of region. And by what I mean by out of region, I mean out of service area. So it's actually in the Princeton area, and then the other option would be to Brenda Renewables, which is in the RDCO. So those were the options that we put together, and you'll see a cost sheet that I've put and I'll just go very summarize pretty much the important points here. And the main things to observe are really the cost to ship to a third party, which would be to Brandon Renewables or to Net Zero Waste. Arrow, which is the facility just out of Princeton, isn't available. They don't take food waste anymore. And the cost differences in terms of costs that would be in terms of options, if we were looking at a processing facility at Net Zero Waste, we would be looking at $116 per ton. And the primary, one of the major issues between the tipping fee and our cost would be the fact that we would have to have what do you call it here? Right. Sorry, I was trying to read that and put it there as well. So obviously we'd have to capitalize that, and there would be an operational cost as well. So that brings that cost to 116. Our costs would be between $66, which would be no revenue. And if there was small amounts of revenue for the compost, that would be 66. And if there were more costs in terms of revenue, our cost would be around $58 per ton. And that's assuming revenues in line with what we would see up at Kelowna. So that's how those tipping fees were set and where those numbers come from. Obviously the big thing is if we were to, I guess, defer or decline or ship out a region, a transfer station would be required. So I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Reader. Do we have any questions? It's our opportunity for discussion here. Director Holmes.
Could you just explain why a transfer station would be required?
Sure, excellent question. So basically the garbage trucks that we would be collecting the material. So this would be part of our food collection system that we would have or that we would have at a curbside. So those garbage trucks would have to travel 2.5 hours each way to net zero waste, so 5-hour trip. And really they don't carry enough volume to make that work. So those costs for collection would become extreme and impractical. So we have to take it to a centralized spot where we would put it onto a walking floor, a big trailer, and then those materials would be taken then to net zero waste.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reader. Director Conant.
Yes, thanks for this. So I'm sorry if I don't understand all of this right away, but if phase 2 cannot happen, if we don't get the go-ahead from the province, so we cannot do phase 2. Is this column? Is there a column for that, or?
This hasn't included those costs in this, but it would be in line with the costs without the transfer station. Because what would happen in the case of biosolids, we would take those directly from the treatment plant through very large roll-off containers, and then those roll-off containers would then travel directly to a place like Brenda Renewables or to net zero waste.
Go ahead, Director Conant.
Just a second question is, where would the transfer station possibly be located?
I don't know. I mean, we would have to.
Would it be the same amount of space needed?
It would be a smaller footprint than what we currently require for the composting, but we would still need a place to locate it. We have currently no place for that.
Okay, Director Bloomfield.
Thank you, and through the chair, and at the risk of making you repeat yourself, I'm just looking at the $4 million annual operating and for Brenda Renewables and the 2.7 for net zero waste compared to the $1.25 million annual operating B, which I'm not sure what B is right now, but could you explain? Sure. Was that part of the transportation costs you were just talking about, or?
We would have, so it would be, I'm just going to put it down here. Yes, it would be inclusive of transportation costs.
Okay, so that's why, and why, so Brenda Mines versus net zero waste, why is there such a big difference then in the trucking for those two, or in the operation cost?
Simply the tipping fee.
Oh, the tipping fee.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Reader. Director Coyne, Princeton.
So how many trucks are we talking about here? Like have you figured that out? How many trailer loads we would have to transfer?
No, we actually received the cost per ton. So the transportation costs, when we looked at it, was $80 per ton, and that was a quote from Net Zero Waste for the transferring. That included the transportation costs. When we also got the quote from Bender Renewables, they had their own trucks as well, and that was the 140. So those I don't have the number of trucks, but those transportation costs came directly from those purveyors.
So a follow up to that, have we considered what it would cost if we were to buy our own truck?
No, we have not. I'm not sure that there would be a savings or not. If we were going at Arrow, they didn't give me an option with that, or the consultant an option. They just said, we have our own trucks. This is what we do. There may be an option with Net Zero Waste. I'm not clear on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Reader. Questions? Further questions within the room? Sorry, Director Gittins.
Thanks, the chair. Can you just remind us, Andrew, by doing this investment, and then we've also got a grant as well. So, what is what's the expansion on the landfill's lifespan?
We would be between the diversion that we are expecting is between 26% to 40% of the total refuse that is within the landfill, and that would relate to the expansion of its life. Okay. So between 26% to 40%, depending on how much we divert.
And just as in a year, like in years, what does that mean to citizens in years?
We're looking around 100 years, so that would be 25 years minimum.
Okay, so I'm just trying to wrap my head around this. And then when this landfill comes to it for those citizens living in 125 years from now, and given that how much of a struggle is to find a location there, I know I'm just sort of asking, take a best guess here, but that's probably when we're at a time when we need to ship because we don't have any other options. If once that landfill is closed down, like there's not, that's what we're anticipating is happening in about 125 years.
In the last 30 years, there has not been a new landfill opened. It's really very difficult to open up a landfill. Okay. It's been difficult to set up a composting facility. Yeah. Landfill, much worse. Okay. And so basically we would be, we would likely need to ship it out of region. Yeah. That would be, and that would probably entail shipping it down to Rubenko.
Okay. So investing in the site that we have now really is probably the most financially prudent move we can be making, and that's your opinion, is what I'm hearing.
Most definitely. We have done a study in 2005, and it's certainly dated. But when we looked at costs for various options to look at developing new landfills for like creating, and we worked with the RDCO, RDNO, and TNRD, so we looked at creating super landfills. Okay. And so we looked at options to do that. We looked at options to ship out of region. We looked at incineration, and we also looked at increasing the lifespan of our landfills. And what we found by far was the cheapest was to expand the life of existing landfills where possible. Mm-hmm. And the cost differences were like double when we were looking at shipping it out of region.
Thank you, Mr. Reader. Any other questions? Director Robertson?
Thank you, Director Taylorson.
Touche. There'll be lots of opportunity.
I got a question. Do we, are we held accountable in regards to CO emission? Like, I understand we are at levels of government. So, for instance, is that part and parcel of part of the decision-making process, increasing trucking versus decreasing truck truckloads. Is that also a part of the decision-making process in regards to meeting emissions?
We've looked at it from a cost model perspective with this, but certainly, just to give you an idea what we're looking at in terms of greenhouse gases, if we are in fact able to divert food waste from our waste stream, then we're actually able to reduce our total carbon footprint of the community. This is the city-wide, community-wide, by 14%. And those are the numbers that we actually borrowed from the City of Penticton Climate Action Plan. And this is certainly one of their chief objectives, and we certainly concur with that. The other things that come into cost that I have not put into this is that we do currently have a biosolids component to this, where we're looking at putting our biosolids as a cover, and then that could actually help break down further some of those greenhouse gases. What we may actually be able to do is, if we don't actually have any, and this is something that we'll have to work with the Ministry of Environment, but in new cells that we develop, if we don't actually have any carbon, or if we don't have any food waste in that material, then we may actually put ourselves down below the threshold where we actually even have to do that bio cover. And so that actually could be a further savings in the future as well. We haven't put that into this cost equation, but certainly as something for consideration.
Thanks, Mr. Reader. Other questions? Director Conant?
Just one more. I have a question actually for Director Coyne, Spencer Jr., through the chair. You've mentioned a lot that you would like this facility to be located at in your area. And I was just wondering, are you satisfied with the results here? Is there something else that, did you know that this particular organization does not take food waste anymore? Or is there something else that you would like to add to the conversation? I just want to make sure I have all the information I need.
Thank you, Ms. Conant. To Director Coyne.
Net zero waste is in the Area H as well. We have 2 compost facilities in Princeton. The other one is Arrow. Arrow will take the biosolids out of Penticton that we're talking about, and net zero can take the other stuff. So I think there's still more on the table that we should be exploring, like the trucking costs. I'm not sure that we can't bring those down, and I'm not sure how, like, Andrew hasn't totally explored, what a transfer station is going to look like at this point. So, it's open, it's there. There's no opposition to it. It's not that I want it personally. I know there's no opposition to it in our area, and we are more than happy to take it. But if it's the will of the board, then it's the will of the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Coyne. Other questions? Director Federico?
Thank you to the chair. Have we considered any industrial areas that are within the RDOS that might be less intrusive to residents that could be centrally located?
We did when we did, and this is, I guess, before I was here, there was a siting study that was done and looked at, numerous options, and there were siting criteria, basically to see, one of them, I guess one of those criteria was to make sure it was centralized. From that report, there were a number of areas that were identified as possibilities. 2 of them were explored through public review process. One was in District of Summerland, and that was rejected. And then the other one that was identified was in the Marin Valley, and that one was also rejected. So those basically, yes, we have.
Back to Director Federico.
Yeah, thank you. Follow up to that. Sorry, so when was that report conducted?
It was before I was here, so it would have been between I can get you the exact date, but it would have been before 2018, and I'm thinking probably between 2011 and 2016. I don't have the exact date, but I can get you the report.
Oh, that's fine. Sorry, I just wanted a general timeline. So since then, has no other industrial areas or possible spots come available that might be able to facilitate this?
No, I mean, we thought that this was a win for the community. This is one of the areas that when we were looking at the sort of initial review, when we were looking at the study, this was identified as a possibility. And where we saw a real benefit with this particular site was that we thought that we could fix an existing situation. So currently the biosolids doesn't have any odor control with it. And there is odors that come from that facility. Plus there were some issues with the leachate going through the landfill. So the original intent was to create a joint facility between the city of Penticton and to deal with the new food waste objective. And a couple of benefits there is that there were a number of synergies in terms with operations of the landfill. Some of the wood waste that they need for the biosolids comes from the landfill. And then the other piece to it was that because we would have the same equipment at the food waste facility, that we would be able to use that for the biosolids. So when you look at the tipping fees actually go down once we get the biosolids component to it. So the tipping fees right now are prescribed at 66, and once we actually get the biosolids in place, if that phase 2 goes through, then that cost would even go down further to $50 per ton. So that was the original intent, and the idea is that we could fix an existing problem at the same time as expanding our food waste composting efforts.
Director Federico? No, Director, go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. I guess with this right now, where my challenge is that we can put in the composting facility, which is fine, but we can't put in a biosolids facility. So if we're saying here that we're looking at buying equipment that we can use for both facilities and spending, money on that, if we don't get approved for a biosolids facility, it's going to be in a separate location. And now you're going to end up buying more equipment and spending more because now, again, we're trucking and using equipment potentially across the region. So without having that second facility as an absolute go-ahead, I'm challenged with going ahead with one facility right now.
Right. Thank you. I didn't see a question in that comment. So Director Miller?
Yeah, sorry to bring up maybe a sore point, but I remember about 5 or 6 years ago, the Summerland proposal, and I know Mayor Waterman was very keen on it, but I think he was the only one. But ultimately, why did that project not go ahead in Summerland?
Sure. I wasn't here at that time, but what I recall of it is that there were issues. I think there are concerns about transportation and additional traffic going up the Prairie Valley Road was one of the big concerns that I think council had. And I think in general, it just wasn't desired. I mean, maybe there's somebody from Summerland that could speak to that.
I guess what my question is how is this different from the issues that Summerland would have faced?
Okay,
But if through the chair, if Mayor Holmes could answer that, that'd be great.
I'll invite comment from Mayor Holmes.
Well, the issue was well covered in the Penticton Herald, so you could read some back. If you're opposed to the truck traffic coming from here to the proposed location, then why should the residents? You have a lot more people, but a lot more residential areas, a lot more schools that traffic would be going through than the location that's being proposed right now.
Director Deppens.
Thanks to the chair. I think this grant, this $11 million grant to contribute to the $17 million cost of building this, along with the fact that there already is an existing landfill that's there and that should be helping that situation that exists. And it's hard because it's hard to make decisions like this. Like, this is the tough governing decisions we have to make because it's not going to make everybody happy no matter where we go. But there is a landfill there. This will expand the life of that landfill. When it belongs to the regional district, we have a lot of say in that cost over the next 130 years. That's who's making that decision. So who's ever sitting at this table in 100 years' time has influence on what we're doing with this. If you start going outsourcing this, you lose some of that control. And that's quite concerning for the future people that we have living here. So for me, I think there's been a lot of work, and there's that landfill there. I still have a remaining question about some of the environmental studies that I think need to be better brought forward, and I mentioned that the last board meeting. But if we are looking at cost, already addressing an existing issue that's already like it's a shame that used to be so far away, that beautiful place, but that's what it's like for a lot of landfills in smaller communities that are growing, right? Like, now all of a sudden that landfill is in everybody's backyard. So we got to make it the best that we can make it because it's not going to go away. If we don't build this, that still stays. So it's a hard one, but looking at this money and this potential grant, investing $6 million, if only to make that a little bit better and last a bit longer, is a benefit in 130 years' time.
Okay, again, that's a comment. I don't get a question out of that. Any further comments or questions? The purpose of this session, we can run as long as you want. Well, I mean, we can run till 10. But the idea is to get the discussion going here. Ask your questions. Director Roberts.
Through the chair, Director Taylor. In regards to addressing the concerns of the residents up Carmi there, in regards to the smell, spiller, sorry. It's that general direction there. With smell, because I'm assuming the new facility will actually mitigate odor and control it, and at the same time make the dump itself, the landfill, as you stated earlier, have less of that odor. So does that should address those concerns? The people are going to be just above it. They're not going to have to deal with a large amount of odor, are they? Thank you.
Mr. Reader?
Sure. So the new facility that we're going to be creating is not going to be creating a lot of odor because it will have strict odor control. Unfortunately, what we won't be able to get until we get into a phase 2, if we get a phase 2, I mean, that's a fair comment. We won't be able to address that until we have that approval. And then we can build the second phase, which would improve currently what the odors that are coming from the biosolids facility. So the second phase would be the largest benefit for the residents there in terms of odor. Once that's online, we have done modeling with both the food waste and the biosolids together, and that reduction in odor is approximately 70%. And we would think that, I think you hear the term bench stench, which seems to be this is what I've heard from the public meetings. And we would hopefully be able to eliminate that. So at least that would be my thought, because when we looked at the modeling as well, it did indicate that it was very localized where we would see any impacts at all and wouldn't be very far away.
Thank you. If we don't get the second phase, and then we have to transport somewhere else, how do you are you able to do mitigation of odor with having another facility or another area that you have to use, even though you're having a truck, et cetera?
So basically, if those biosolids go anywhere else, then that's not an odor source anymore because we don't receive it at the landfill. It would either go to another location where we'd be processing it, or if it was shipped to one of those other facilities, then that odor would not reside at the landfill anymore. In either case, you would have substantive reduction because it just doesn't exist.
Thank you, Mr. Reader. Director Bloomfield.
Thank you. And through the chair, I've got a couple of questions. And the first one, Mr. Reader, that dollar cost per ton is based on 27,000 tons per annum. Would you say that's the average usage right now, or the average demand on the facility right now?
I think that'd be a little bit less. That would be sort of our 2040 projection. I think it'd be a little bit less than that cost, yeah.
Okay. So it's a little less than 27,000 tons right now?
Yeah.
Okay. And so I'm just wondering, maybe the next question to the CAO or the CFO, I don't care which. Where does that money come from, and what effect does that difference have on the taxes?
Mr. Savino?
For this part of expenses, it would be through user fees. So we would have to adjust those accordingly. That was a CFO.
Okay, Director Conans.
Yeah, I think Director Coyne has been waiting. I'll go after him.
Okay, Mr. Coyne.
Yeah, I got a couple questions. Since biosolids keep coming up, I was wondering how many tons of biosolids do you currently take up there? Because this shouldn't be a regular thing. And then the other question is, because traffic has been an issue or has been brought up as an issue, have there been any traffic studies done either by the regional district or the city of Penticton in regards to the road system up there?
Mr. Reader?
Okay, so the first part of the question, I believe it was between 8 and 15 tons per annum. That would be roughly, and I'll have to confirm that. I can get that number for you, but I believe that's just off the top of my head. The other component you're asking about traffic studies, we have not done any traffic studies. In this particular case, we would not be increasing traffic. I'll make that clear. Basically, the trucks that currently go and drop off the yard waste right now and refuse, those go to the landfill. What we'd be proposing to do is divert some of those trucks, all the ones with yard waste and now food waste, would go then to 1313 Grayback, which is literally across the street. So there would be no net impact on increase in traffic from creating the 1313 Grayback. So we have not done any impact studies because certainly there would be no impact.
Thank you, Mr. Reader. Director Coyne, do you have a further question?
Yeah, I was just wondering, because it has come up in the public hearing and all that, why have we not considered doing a traffic study just to put that to put everybody's mind at ease on that? Because it's something that I think, you drive up that road and you wonder, it's not the best of roads either. So I'm just wondering, like, why would we have not looked into that if that's a concern of the community around there?
Mr. Reader, if you'd like to comment on that.
Sure. I mean, simply, again, there is no impact. We're not increasing. Typically, traffic impact studies are when you're changing a traffic pattern or when you're increasing a traffic volume. We're not doing either. So that's when you, like I say, when you do a traffic impact study, that's why you do them. So in the fact that we're not changing either of those two aspects, we have not done a traffic study.
Okay, Director Coyne, last question. We're running out of time. We've got two other individuals.
So we heard during the public hearing where people were getting stuck on that hill and getting stuck behind trucks. So maybe I'm just going to suggest that maybe we should look into this in the future if this is the spot we're going to use, because there's obviously a community concern around that hillside.
Okay, I'll take that as a comment. Director Conans and then Director Knodel.
That answered my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Knodel.
I just want to know if we know an actual end user cost, the difference between the 66 to 116, say at the end user. I mean, if it is it $100 or is it $2? There's a, you know, we see the grand number, but what we're not seeing is the actual cost of the user. And you know, if it's $2 per end user, then the difference for taking the risk of poking the LC bear and not getting the second one, it may be an acceptable cost. We just got to wrap our heads around it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reader.
Sure. So general rule of thumb, and this is pre-diversion, was 1 ton per person per year. And so what you can do with that is basically we would be, I guess with 50% diversion, we would be looking at approximately, and we say two persons per home per, we would be basically looking approximately around, I guess the difference between say 64 and 116. So what's that, 56? So $56 per home per year. And that's just a rough off the top of my head. I can confirm that number for you afterwards if you like.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Reader. And now we'll go to Director Federico and then Director Bush.
Thank you to the chair. I've got 2 quick questions. Is this grant that's listed on here just for the compost facility, or is that for the biosolids facility as well?
Mr. Reader?
It's for both, but we've been able to, we've spoken to the grant folks and we've reviewed the concept that we've identified here, which was to build the food composting facility first, and 100% of that money can go to the food composting facility.
Okay, so follow up to that question then. So if we don't get ALC approval for a biosolids facility, we either need to find more grant funding or put more funding into now buying land and finding an alternate location for the biosolids facility.
Okay, so the question is, do we have to find another facility? We could ship it out of region, that is a possibility. So you wouldn't have to have a transfer station in that case. So the cost might be less with that. If we wanted to create another facility, we could. But yes, I mean, I guess the questions were, do we have to find another grant? The answer is no, not necessarily. We can build without a grant. It costs more. The second piece to it was, do we have to build another facility at all? No, we don't. We could ship it those wastes out of region. They wouldn't have to have a transfer station cost. Simply you can put those into roll-off containers and take them directly to the facility. Does that answer your question?
Sort of.
Given the time, I think we'll take that as an answer, as I want to get to Director Bush.
I was just going to say, I think that sharp turn on the road up to landfill is part of Penticton's road. And I don't know if they could have a chance to see if that could be made better or not, but that would be one thing I would suggest.
Okay, thank you. Now, do I have a question from Director Johansson?
Yeah, just a quick question. Just, you talk about that we're going to be fixing a problem at the existing landfill by doing the compost facility. I just wanted to make sure that the first phase, we are going to be fixing the problem at the landfill. Yeah.
Mr. Reader.
Yeah, no, the first phase doesn't deal with that. The second phase is mostly, so the problem at the landfill, what was indicated was the existing odors that are there from the biosolids facility. So until we do something with the biosolids facility, either move it out of area or change directions or create a second phase, we wouldn't be addressing that problem. What we would be addressing is the landfill life, because we'd be able to divert food waste from the landfill. And we would also be reducing our GHG impacts to the environment. Those would be sort of the big ones that I can see, plus the cost. Because our cost, our current landfill costs are $120 per ton. If we are able to process at $58 a ton, then that's a substantive savings.
Thanks, Mr. Reader. Follow-up, Mr. Johansson?
Well, just, so the biosolid issue, how many years, like, when will we know what we're going to be doing with, have to make a decision on what we're going to be doing with the biosolids? Do we have a kind of a projected timeline there? Either we're going to have to ship it or we're going to be able to relocate it along with the compost?
Mr. Reader?
So good question. So that's really driven by the city of Penticton. So they currently operate underneath a operation certificate to operate that biosolids facility. And really it depends on what's required of them from the province. If the province is saying, well, we need you to deal with the leachate issues, then they have to manage that. If they say, well, we want you to put odor control in, then they have to do that. But really it would be driven by the province saying to the city, saying, hey, you need to do some improvements. And then at that point, they would make some decisions about what they want to do. We were offering this as a possible solution because we saw the synergies in working together, and we still see those.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to take one more question from Director Bloomfield before we move on.
Thank you. One real quick question. How many homes does this service?
I can say that population is around 50,000, I think it is what I remember the service. Again, this is from my memory, but this is all, just to give you the areas.
All of Penticton and...
All of Penticton. This would be areas B, G, E, F, and I believe I.
Okay.
And Kermias.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Director Getton.
Sorry, just say, I respect that you're trying to wrap the meeting up at 10, but we had 20-minute presentation that we have later. So if there's more, like, are we at a 10? Do we have a delegation? Like, do we need to rush this conversation? I think it's one of the biggest decisions we're going to make. So why are we rushing it?
Well, I'll look to the board chair, but we do have time this afternoon as well, is my understanding.
Yeah, it is there, but I think we can make it work.
Okay, all right. Happy to keep running. Was there a question there as well, Director Getton?
No, it just felt like we were hurrying up to get to
Yeah.
10 and we gave 20 minutes up. So I think if people have questions, they should ask them.
Thanks. Further questions? Director Coyne.
Yeah, so given a breakdown of where the compost is coming from, have we looked at a split option here where, say, the stuff on the Similkameen side goes one way and the stuff on the Okanagan side goes another way? You know, because your trucking costs from, you know, Bromley Rock all the way to Penticton can't be that much more or less than driving it to Eastgate. So I'm just wondering, have you factored any of that stuff into this?
Mr. Reader.
No, we haven't. And the challenge here is this too, because what happens is that we send out, and this is where it gets very complicated, and quite honestly, I'm not sure how we would do this. So right now we send out split trucks. So our garbage service, the way it happens right now is we have garbage on one side of the truck and the other side of the truck is either yard waste or it's recycling. And so the challenge here is that the garbage has to come to Penticton. So we would almost have to have a dedicated truck in the, I guess in the Similkameen areas. And then that dedicated truck would have to go to all the way out to Eastgate. And the problem there is that when we're dealing with pickups in these remote areas, the reason why we've been able to make the pickup service economical is because we have that split truck concept. Because when we're dealing with large distances, they can pick up 2 items at the same time, not one. And so that's critical in terms of keeping those curbside costs down. So, the question is, have we looked at trucks that are dedicated in a curbside situation that would go only to Eastgate? No, we haven't. But I don't see that as economically possible, just offhand. I mean, just simply because the way our curbside system works right now, the reason why we can make it economical is because we use split trucks.
Thank you, Mr. Reader. Director Knodel.
Thank you. Through the chair, given that most of the risk here is the problem of not seeing phase 2 go through, could we not ship until such time as we have a definitive answer on phase 2?
It's the grant.
It's a contract service, and we can withdraw inside a contract, I'm sure.
Mr. Reader?
So I need some clarification. So are you asking or suggesting that we wait for approval on phase 2 before we were to proceed on phase 1?
Correct.
Okay, so the challenge there simply is that we have a grant. And so if we are to realize the grant, we have to have this built by March 31st of 2025. So we have a very limited time frame on this.
What's the loss if we don't get phase 2?
Nothing.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Reader. Director Knodel. Further questions? Director Weeb.
And comment, not a question. Karameus has run into an issue where we had solids that couldn't go anywhere. We were taking them to one place remotely. They decided they were no longer, or their certificate wasn't renewed. We could no longer dump there. And I can tell you this, there's nothing like knowing it's going to back up if you can't find a spot for it and you're in no control as to how to get rid of it. So Director Gettins mentioned about having some sort of a say and being a part of that process. And I would like to weigh in that having been on the very real side of that, knowing the pile's getting higher and there's nowhere for it to go, potentially, it is helpful to have these dialogues. And it is helpful with things like this, especially with the current climate of looking at climate change and a bunch of these things, is having an opportunity to have a say in how we do this process. I would also like to say, I hope in 100 years we're not still using landfills. I think there's probably, if we've been able to do what we've done in the last 100, I'm hoping that in the next 100 we come up with some very, very good solutions. But in the meantime, this gives us an opportunity. And if we can separate out, I think if we can work with the ALC and get to phase 2, that's great. But I think there's still great merit in considering this as a phase 1, if that was the only phase, because we can still share the equipment. The trucking is still already there. We're not adding to this system. We're diverting from what already exists. And I think there's a benefit to considering that as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Weeb. Director McCordoff.
Thank you very much, through the chair. Is part of the concern about hurrying up right now, and I get it, because the contracts with the waste management systems are up for renewal very soon? I think, and I'm not sure that, I think everybody sort of has a different one. Certainly the town of Vesuvius has a different one than the area A around it. So I'm just wondering, does that factor into this, Mr. Reader?
Mr. Reader?
Yes, it does. So if we have a collection system that we want to have for food, then we have to have a place to take it. So, and that could be to a third party, or it could be to a facility like the one that we're proposing. But there will have to be a location where we take those wastes.
Thank you. Further questions, Director Gettins?
I appreciate this conversation. I think this has been a really great dialogue. And I just want to, so the things that I'm thinking about before the board meeting, and I just want to test them with you to make sure that I'm thinking about things correctly. So the phase 1 won't make existing odor worse, but it's not going to address the problem, but we're not going to add odor to we're not making the odor problem worse.
No.
Okay, so then, and going forward with this idea, the existing landfill that we're going to extend the lifespan, We have permission to spend this entire grant on phase one, so we don't have to give any money back if we can't get to phase two, but we can use the full $11 million in phase one.
Correct.
But the stipulation is that we need to have that phase one built by March 31st, 2025. So we're looking at about 15 months build.
Correct.
Okay, so that's pretty tight deadline. And it's 11 million grant out of a 17 million, and that would be for just phase one, or phase two is a 17 million?
Phase one.
Okay, that's great.
Just so you're aware, a lot of the infrastructure that we would use for phase two would be created in phase one.
Okay.
So scales, odor control, leachates, all those things would be built so that we could use that for phase two if we needed it.
Okay, and there wasn't any traffic study done because there isn't an increase in traffic as we're using the existing trucks, but I think we can all agree that that road just would need general improvements in general, but there's not expected an increase in traffic from this project.
There should be no increase in traffic.
Okay, and then my last question was just that I brought up the last board meeting, is there's a lot of discussion around elk and the environmental impact of this, of course. So, but you had said that there's there was an initial environmental study completed. Is there a plan to do further studies on that? So we're making good choices in that regard.
We certainly can do further work if that's the board's pleasure to do. I don't see an issue with that. The initial study basically said that there was not an impact, but certainly we could explore that further.
Sorry, and just last thing, clarification. So there's not an impact on the elk for the initial study from both phases, or just phase one?
They looked at both, and the primary concern, I believe, is with phase one.
Okay, thanks for those clarifications. I think that's helpful for everybody. Are there any further questions? Director Coyne.
I'm sure everybody's tired of hearing me. But I have a question about the biosolids. Where are the biosolids primarily coming from right now? Because is it like mostly Penticton, or is there some coming from like OK Falls, or where's the biosolids coming from?
Mr. Reader?
Sure. So it comes from the sewage treatment plant in Penticton. However, the contributors to that plant are actually the greater area. So areas like any of the rural areas, F, D, H, or sorry, wouldn't be H, sorry, B, E, all the local areas, they take their septic waste to the plant. So there's a septic receiving facility actually at the wastewater treatment plant. And also we take our sludge from the Okanagan Falls wastewater treatment plant to directly to the composting facility as well, which is a small amount.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Reader.
Quick
Go
follow-up
ahead.
on that.
Follow-up.
So if the biosolids are the primary cause of the odor, should we not be, even if we're going to try to get phase two, should we probably not be looking at working something out with either the Peachland one or Arrow to remove that odor so that that problem's resolved until we can get phase two approved, if it does ever get approved? Because if that's the number one problem that the residents have, should we not be looking at a solution to deal with that problem now rather than waiting down the road? I'm just curious on that.
Mr. Reader?
We certainly could. That's not impossible to look at. I think, to be honest with you, that would be a discussion with the city of Penticton. They currently operate and own that facility, so that would be their choice to make. But that is a possibility.
Thank you, Director Coyne and Mr. Reader. I think I've got questions or comments from Pendergraft and Johansson. Johansson.
Yeah, just a couple comments. There's lots of good discussion here. I think for me, the pros are outweighing the cons on this, but the number one thing, and I think that as a board, we really need to take this into consideration, and I think you can't underestimate it, and that's our ability to be managing our waste, whether it's biosolids or food waste or anything like that. Anything that we do that we're trucking and contracting out, leaves us in a situation of liability, because that could end at some point. And then what do we do? If we're able to manage it in a proactive, positive way, an environmentally safe way, and having odor control, I think, and the benefits to the landfill, are hard to argue against. I think it would be, I'm going to say it, I think it'd be irresponsible for us to do anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johansson. And with that, are there any further questions, comments? The other director coin. Go ahead, Bob.
So this is a question, I guess, Andrew. We heard a lot about odors in the public hearing part of it and whatnot. Is there a buffer zone for development around Calamon site to alleviate that? I mean, here where we have our the two compost places are, they're way out of town, but when you get an inversion, they stink like crazy. Doesn't matter what you call it. And is there a buffer zone, and would we have zoning in place that people couldn't develop in those areas?
It's certainly something we'd work with. I don't know if it's in place at this point. I know it's something that we would work with Chris on. I know that we have it around our landfill currently. So we've worked that with the city of Penticton. I believe theirs is 300 meters at this point. So that's in existence now. We would need to see if that exists for the composting facility. I don't know at this point.
Thanks, Mr. Reader. Did Director Bloomfield want to add to that?
No, he covered it completely.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other comments or questions. I'd like to thank Mr. Reader for taking our questions. Great way to wake up. Get grilled with 20 questions. I appreciate the calmness and depth of response. Thank you very much. And also, great use of the time, folks. I think this is our chance to ask these questions, really try to get our heads around. There's no simple answer on this, and you can do the math as many times as you want. I don't think you're going to get a mathematical answer either that tells us which way to go. So thank you very much. And with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn. Okay, I think I've got the motion and seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. So I'll declare this meeting over. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Taylor. We move straight into Corporate Services Committee. We've got a proposed agenda before us. Looking for a motion to approve that. Moved and seconded. Thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. First item on the agenda is a delegation, and I'll go to the CAO to introduce them.
So thank you. We've got Lindri Dietrichs here. She's the program director. She's making the presentation for the South Okanagan-Similkameen Conservation Program. And just for the board's information, this is different than the South Okanagan Conservation Fund, which we have a budget of $450,000. This one here, there's a continuous $10,000 budget in the electoral area planning. The project number, it's environmental projects. And as there's an environmental project that affects the regional district, the budget is to a maximum of $10,000. And I thought that it might be beneficial for someone to come in here and discuss what that $10,000 for. It should be a billing to us specifically stating what it's for. And just so that you know, we haven't received the bill for this year yet. And I'll just pass that over.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity that I can address you all. I'm Lindre Dietrichs, and I'm the program director of the conservation program that runs in the South Okanagan-Similkameen. I'd like to take about, 8 minutes to provide this short presentation to you all. It'll provide a little bit of a background of the SOACP. And then basically the sort of commentary on the allocation of this $10,000 legacy fund, as I call it, for the SOCP and the RDOS partnership. So yeah, let me start off. So just for those of you who don't know, the South Okanagan-Similkameen Conservation Program was actually established in 2000, so 23 years ago. And the RDOS was, well, I consider it to be a founding partner. If you look at the statement of cooperation on the presentation, then to the bottom right, that's the RDOS's representation. And essentially, as you can imagine, the conservation program was set up as a type of initiative. It itself is not a registered entity. It's not a NGO. It's not a foundation, none of that. It simply works as a representative of partners for conservation in the South Okanagan-Similkameen. And so many of you may know Bryn White, who was the program manager for over a decade. And many of the successes that the SOCP and the RDOS partnership led to, she definitely spearheaded that. In 2021, the SOCP went into a 2-year hiatus. There are different reasons for that, but essentially the partnership or the initiative had been set up in such a way that it needed to be restructured because conservation and in life, things change. And so during this hiatus, there was a consultancy, Tapestry, who took a look at the way that SOCP functions and interviewed all the partners to get their inputs on how best to structure and reboot the SOCP going forward in the future. And this was called the Future Directions Report. And I started this role in June this year, so very new to the role and even to the Okanagan. I've been here about 2 years, so contextually still trying to understand all the complexities within this area, but very well versed in conservation in other areas globally even. And so this Future Directions Report really informs a lot of what we're doing to grow, reestablish and grow the SOCP. So just as a little bit of a background in terms of the SOCP and the RDOS partnership, I believe that the RDOS had a representative on the steering committee for a very long time, which was setting priorities for the work plan. As Mr. Zaffiner was indicated, there is a budget allocation of this $10,000 per year. And then there was a lot of partnership and development around policy integration of biodiversity considerations for regional planning and development. And specifically, these were the biodiversity conservation strategy that was developed for the South Okanagan-Similkameen, which was supported by the RDOS. And this also was a sort of data-based report to identify the strategic directions for different levels of government, as well as private partners of how best to support biodiversity conservation in the South Okanagan-Similkameen. And then as well as I think part of the $10,000 contribution in terms of a couple of years ago, it used to partly fund a shared environmental planner, or it was at one point called the land use biologist role, which used to provide a sort of consultancy or advisory role for any type of land use planning that took place in ecologically sensitive development areas. And it was shared amongst some of the municipalities, because as you may know, some of the local governments here don't actually have an in-house environmental planner. So it just assisted with keeping things in compliance. And yeah, as you may know, Bryn did a lot of work in spearheading and establishing the South Okanagan Conservation Fund in partnership with the RDOS, which the RDOS now administrates and runs. And so just to come back to describing that, the SOCP is right now, I'm working to reestablish a lot of partnerships, as well as understanding which way to formulate the structure so that we're focusing on landscape scale conservation in terms of biodiversity conservation. A lot of the scope is being redefined, and we're working in collaboration with a few key partners to set this up in a way that's going to be most beneficial for the South Okanagan-Similkameen on the large scale. And so just to clarify specifically for the RDOS what our conservation focus is, it's supporting conservation and sustainable development at the landscape level. And this has got a lot to do with collaboration and conservation. So the SOCP itself at the moment doesn't do any implementation work. We ourselves don't have teams that do restoration or rehabilitation work. We don't do land securement and those types of things. But what we are very strongly aligned to are the focus in strategizing and developing action plans for a landscape level for all the partners to understand where they fit in for us to all have an enhanced impact. Because in conservation, often you have a lot of individual players or actors that are working in silos, and that doesn't assist with ensuring that the work that's being done is effective and is actually contributing to the safeguarding of our natural resources, essentially. And so just to indicate that from my perspective, I would like to align SOCP to all the sustainability objectives and the interests of local government. So this has contributes to sustainable natural resource management, particularly in the land use planning fields, and then obviously climate change impacts and mitigation and adaptation of climate change. And then also species at risk is something that we still focus on. So the ongoing work that we focus on, that I'm focusing on right now in terms of building collaboration and conservation is establishing a landscape partnership for an updated biodiversity strategy, establishing a community of practice for antelope brush restoration and management, and then also investigating the opportunity for a research group initiative in the South Okanagan Small Community. And then as well, we support public events, and so we're planning on having one next year, probably in Osuyus at the Osuyus Desert Center. And we would invite everyone here to attend and engage with the public. And this would be, a conservation themed event with partners who are presenting and, sort of, a fair style event. And then we're also facilitating a coordinated conservation communication strategies between our partners, and that's still in the development stages. So to sort of summarize, the SOCP provides the RDOS with the evidence base and local ecological knowledge and partnerships that help the RDOS achieve its vision of being a steward of the environment, sustaining a diverse and livable region that offers a high quality of life for residents, right? And also to preserve and enhance the quality of life for residents. And so with that, I'd like to just introduce what the RDOS sort of budget support has previously helped and support the SOCP with, as well as the tentative sort of allocation of this $10,000 contribution that's being made. And so in the past, the role of this annual contribution has assisted in seed funding, so providing foundational support for launching new projects. It has supported collaboration in conservation projects because often you don't get funding to hold the meetings and the workshops that's required to identify the priorities in conservation. And I think as well, it speaks to as a testament that RDOS is dedicated to environmental stewardship. And so this RDOS support and contribution allows us to leverage other resources and partnerships. It happens that in this NGO conservation world, that you almost always have to have matching funds for attracting additional funding. And if you're applying for funding, they always ask if local governments or local partners are financially supporting. And with partnership opportunities, it helps to forge new collaboration and strengthen existing ones when you have a little bit of capital which you can spend on different actions. And then also linked to the matching funds, the grant eligibility, as I said, sometimes you're only eligible for larger grants and larger funding if you have indicated that you have support from the local government. And of course, there's this multiplier effect on regional environmental initiatives where initial funding often leads to more ambitious and far-reaching environmental projects. And of course, community mobilization. So it assists us to help source volunteers and other engagement opportunities. And so the tentative allocation is sort of spending about $3,500 on project seed funding. So that is sort of from the SOCP's perspective, it's the the facilitation of that and the support of it. So identifying it, hosting those events and those opportunities to identify all of these individual projects. And that's my 10 minutes, sorry about that. Yeah, I'll just quickly ramble through the two last slides. 4,500 to support collaborative conservation projects and habitat restoration, research, monitoring, and strategizing and action plans for conservation. Then about $2,000 for conservation outreach. So as I said, that's tentative. I'm very open to your insights on that. So there are opportunities for potential future collaboration between the SOECP and the RDOS. Maybe I'll leave that up for you to read and not go through everything because it might take a while. And I'd just like to spend 5 minutes taking your questions. So, yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. I'll ask the board if there's any questions. Go to Director Roberts first.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, very good, well presented. My question is in regards to the seed funds that have gone in and the stuff from the past, do you have like a reserve that's built up to a certain amount as of at this point in time, or is it empty?
To my mind right now, in the current SOECP budget, there are no reserves for seed funding. We are currently in the process of applying for 2 or 3 different grants. So hopefully within the next couple of months, that would be brought up so that it's more enhanced.
Okay. Director Holmes?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I'm just wondering what the status is for our shared environmental planner, if there's any plans to bring that position back or not, and if not, why not?
I would very much like to, and I've spoken to Penticton and Summerland local governments, and they're happy and they would benefit from having such a shared planner. I think that, as some of you may know, there was a little bit of history with some of the planners that were previously contracted, and I think with the RDOS, so I believe they work with Mr. Chris Garish and his team. So this would be an ongoing conversation, and SOECP is here to try and support us moving forward on that in any way. So if you can provide guidance on how I could do that, I'm happy to oblige.
Good one. Director Gettens.
Yeah, I had actually a similar question because about development and land use and an environmental land use shared planner, because we're going to be talking about our environmentally sensitive development permit shortly. So I'm just curious, you haven't had any conversation with staff to bring that shared planner in recently? You haven't had?
I have had that conversation. So as I indicated, some local governments are very supportive of it and they would be happy, I think, to also co-contribute, but just it needs to be requested from their budget in line with their timing, right? So I think this year we had requested it before their timing of their budget sort of was finalized, but I don't think it was approved because I think they're expecting that the RDOS sort of flagships the idea and then the other municipalities buy in. Does that answer your question?
But maybe just a follow-up then to
Go
the
ahead.
CAO. So what's happening with our current budget and this potential?
This is news to me, but I do have a meeting which was scheduled for tomorrow, but it's changed to Monday with the CAO for Penticton, and I'll be discussing it with the other CAOs to see if we can make this go forward. So this would be one of my key goals to happen.
Okay, because I think it's important to know that we used to have an in-house environmental planner that was shared through, I guess, your team somehow, and then that's no longer here. And then we're also talking environmentally sensitive development permits shortly. So I think this is very good timing. Thank you for coming.
Okay. Any other questions? Well, go ahead, Director Taylor.
Yeah, as I understand it, you're not legally constituted, but do you have a board or executive?
Not at this moment, but we are moving towards that. So at the moment, we have an informal advisory team. There are, I think, 4 or 5 representatives. So that's from the regional government, from the Water, Land and Resource Stewardship Department. Then we have 2 local Thompson Okanagan Conservation Program directors that are that work as advisory, then a local expert, Lauren Mees from the Burrowing Owl Society, and we've recently invited the Inalcan Centre to be to have an advisory role, and we're in conversation around that.
Okay, follow up?
Well, just roughly, and perhaps I've missed it, your annual total budget?
Right now, it's very tentative. It basically covers my salary, and so that's about $80,000 for the annum. And then as we take on projects and become an implementer of the facilitator role, it'll probably be between 150 to 200,000 a year, depending on the type of projects that we're doing and how many projects I should add.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just, I would think that forming some form of legal entity, probably something to think about.
Okay, don't think I'm missing any other hands. Go ahead, Director Holmes.
So do you still work out of the provincial office there, the same place Bryn worked out of? And
Not
no?
anymore,
Okay.
but I'm often there for meetings. I work from home office right now, but that would probably be a future, goal to achieve again with re-establishing all those relationships.
And just follow up then, and is the provincial government supportive of that though, to provide you that space if you needed it, or?
Not at the moment,
Okay.
but I'm working on it.
Okay, not seeing any other hands. We do thank you for coming in and presenting to us. It's a pleasure to meet you. So any follow-up with that, CAO?
I'm just going to give her my card so that we can talk about the environmental planner.
Okay. Thank you again for coming. Moving on in our agenda, the next section is a closed session. We'll have to go in camera that in accordance with section 91A and 91C of the Community Charter, the board closed the meeting to the public on the basis of personal information about an identifiable individual who holds or is being considered for a position as an officer, employee, or agent of the regional district, or another person appointed by the regional district in labor relations or other employee relations. So looking for a motion to go in camera. Moved and seconded. Thank you. All in favor? Okay. Any opposed? The motion Okay, Danny, can we get out of practice session? Give me the thumbs up when you're ready.
I'm the guy who goes, yeah, whatever, sure. Yeah, this is not gonna work.
You're still on hold?
Yeah, still waiting for that, because visas. Like I was sure, like I got an email, I got a thing to call the number on the back of your card, I got a text, and then I got this phone.
Okay, so maybe it is real, but.
Okay, getting a thumbs up here. So we're good to go. We start with planning and development. So I'm going to go to Director Knodel for this one. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Pendergraft, and welcome everyone. December 7th, 2023, Planning and Development Committee meeting. I'm looking for motion to accept the agenda. Moved, Pendergraft, second. All in favor? Opposed? None. Motion carried. First item, effectiveness audit of the environmentally sensitive development permit. Would you care
I would be glad to introduce Mr. Garish regarding the effectiveness audit for the environmental sensitive development permit. He is here with, I believe, a presentation and able to answer any questions you may have. Mr. Garish.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Garish.
Great, thank you. So for the board's benefit, just some background context. Of course, this is the presentation today is in response to the board's request from July 6th, when staff from Environment and Climate Change Canada presented the effectiveness audit. The board had asked at that time to have Stantec staff be present to answer some questions that the board might have. And so I believe we have Todd Kemper, who's the conservation biologist with the Government of Canada, as well as Scott Laher, who's a biologist with Stantec Online. But before we go into that, and again, just reflecting the fact that I think it's been about 5.5 months since this item was last before the board, and also in preparing for today, recognizing that I think a lot of the discussion around the ESDP update actually happened with the previous board at the end of its term. So I just wanted to give some background context before I turn it over to Todd and Scott. And I've got a PowerPoint I'm going to run through here quickly. Okay, so yeah, so I'm going to start, as I normally do, with just some background for the board's benefit. And so in terms of the use of development permits within the regional district, the first ones were adopted by the board back in the mid-1990s. At present, we have about 10 different development permit area designations. The majority of those are actually related to form and character, which is how a building looks. But actually, when you look at the permits that we issue, the vast majority of those are for the environmental protection, either related to watercourse, which is the riparian values around lakes, streams, and other water bodies, or the environmentally sensitive DP, which we're discussing today, which is usually the upland development in sensitive areas. So ESDPs themselves were first introduced in 1997, OK Falls Electoral Area D. The objective was to minimize the impact of development on the natural environment. And the guidelines which accompany the DP speak to what those values are on the landscape, so native nesting trees, habitat corridors, grasslands, riparian, et cetera. As is kind of typical with DPs, the triggers were listed as building permit, subdivision, and land clearing. And of course, an important component of the DP model that we use here at the regional district is that we have professional reliance models. So we require property owners to engage biologists to do assessments for them to determine compliance with the DP area. Now, I mean, I know this is a long time ago, but when the DPs were first introduced in '97, I think it was after the first 3 were issued that the board raised concerns with the potential impacts of that new DP designation. Direction was given to suspend the application of the DPs pending bylaw amendments. At that time, wide exemptions for residential and agricultural development were introduced into the bylaws, and as a result of that, First Amendment, those guidelines were the ones that were subsequently rolled out to each of the other electoral areas, which we generally completed by 2012. And sorry, the 2 pictures here are just some examples of those 2 of the first 3 DPs that were issued in 1997. Now, I've put this slide in here to highlight that it wasn't just the initial concerns with that ESDP in 1997. There have been challenges with the implementation of other DPs over the years, and I wanted to highlight for the board that under the Local Government Act, there's 10 different categories of DPs that you have the ability to designate. 3 of those purport to protect something. It's either farming, hazard lands, or environmentally sensitive areas, and we've had particular challenges with those categories of DPs. And I've just wanted to highlight here that it's not just the environmentally sensitive ones that we've had challenges with. We do have a farming DP in Area C, which we've had to revise in the past, as we had to also revise the Hillside DP in Electoral Area D. And as the board is aware, it's not just us, but also the province through the riparian area has had challenges with protecting development near watercourses. And so the province has made changes, and as a result, we've had to make changes to the watercourse DP. So jumping ahead now to 2013, when this project really started getting rolling, its origins date back to the RGS, which was adopted in 2010. One of the recommendations within the RGS was to undertake a biodiversity strategy. That strategy was completed by a conservation group, South Okanagan-Smilkameen Conservation Program, which I believe the representative was speaking to you earlier today. And the primary objective, as I understood it at the time, was that Keeping Nature in Our Future prepared updated environmentally sensitive mapping that was to be used or could be used by the RD if it wished to update the STP areas. The board accepted Keeping Nature in Our Future back in 2013, and one of the recommendations or directions, I suppose, at that time was staff were directed to use that mapping as a basis for updating ESDP area designations in the electoral areas. So once we started that project in 2014, we started doing background research, which is pretty typical for most of our land use projects. And we started to look at, to the best that we could with the information we had at that time, get a sense for how had the DP area been working. And, it became pretty clear right away that there was a potential disconnect occurring in the 20-year period. And of course, we've had the benefit of time here, but, in the 20-year period between 1997 and 2017, there had been over 5,000 building permits issued in the affected electoral areas in the Okanagan. And 2/3 of those building permits were for residential construction. And in that same time, the regional district had only issued 26 ESDPs. And those were primarily for subdivisions and to a lesser extent, non-residential construction. And so at right here is a picture of a non-residential development that triggered the need for an ESDP. And it's basically the tennis court that was put on the side of this accessory structure. So there was a concern at that time as to whether the ESDP designation was meeting the board's objective of minimizing the impact of development on the environment. If you can see on the mapping here at right, the pink area was designated ESDP areas, and so there's large swaths of the valley that appear to have environmental protection. But when you scratch the surface and see the number of building permits being issued versus the number of ESDPs being issued, we weren't quite sure that the two were in sync or aligned. And most of the development that wasn't triggering the need for DP could be traced back to that original 1997 change to the exemptions. So what to do? We came back to the board, and I think, as I recall, we presented you with 4 options. And again, I mean, these are pretty standard. Obviously, the option to repeal the SDP if it's not really working, because we're reviewing very much in the way of development was available. Status quo, to do nothing. To number 3, would proceed with the original board direction, which is simply to address the mapping. Or option 4 was to address the mapping and also look at new policies, guidelines, look at the exemptions. And in the end, we also looked at this concept of introducing a rapid environmental assessment. And option 4 was the one that the board went with. So we looked at the mapping, and I'm jumping around here a bit, but in implementing the mapping, we were told at that time that it was high and very high values. But we did do some revisions to it. There's challenges with obviously applying development permits to Crown land because it's usually unsurveyed, and obviously it's administered by the province. ALR lands are another challenge because, of course, you can't use a development permit to frustrate agricultural use of ALR lands, so we didn't apply it to the ALR. And also, just given the form of development characteristic of low and medium density residential zones, a decision was made not to apply ESDPs to those particular zones. In looking at the exemptions, we proposed to the board that we remove the 1997 exemptions and we replace those with what we called, as I indicated in a previous slide, a rapid environmental assessment. The assessment was meant to be kind of a very cost-effective tool that was hopefully able to be done by biologists as a desktop analysis exercise, wouldn't require them to go out, and hopefully with that have a lesser cost to property owners. And honestly, it was something that we didn't expect to see used very often because we were assured that the mapping had only mapped high and very high values on the landscape. And I know, so I put the slide in here because, of course, the rapid assessments are not something that the board sees. We have delegation for these at a staff level. But this is typically what comes in when a biologist is engaged by a property owner. They'll go out on site, or hopefully they're using a desktop analysis process, and look to see what kind of values are in the vicinity of the proposed development. We require a 100-meter assessment area. And if that QEP determines either A, there are no values, or B, there are values but they can be mitigated, then we can issue a permit hopefully pretty quickly based on that assessment. And so this kind of tracks now, following the implementation of the changes in 2017, how the issuance of permits within the regional district changed. And you can see it kind of closely tracks the number of building permits in that 8.5% to 10% range, but obviously a significant increase from what was happening before 2017. And this just kind of gives a different breakdown of it. So, before 2017, the overwhelming majority, almost 3/4 of DPs issued were subdivisions. 0% were residential development. That reversed almost entirely after 2017. Now residential development is over 80% of the permits that were issued. And I don't think the overall number of subdivision permits has changed so much, but obviously because we're capturing so much more residential, the number of subdivisions has now shrunk down to less than 70%. And of great surprise to staff was that, and I think this actually might be a higher number now because this is only up to 2020, but the vast majority of development permits were coming in as the expedited option, which means either there's no values on the landscape or the values are such that they can be quickly and easily mitigated. So we had committed to come back to the board in 2018 with a 12-month check-in, but it took us to 2019 to get back to you with that. And so some of the points that we raised after having worked with the new DP scheme for 2 years was that it had become clear to us that the rapid environmental assessment was poorly understood by the QEPs and wasn't being used as intended or designed. We structured it as a 2-page checklist that we would expect to see accompanied by a site map, and that was it. What was actually happening, though, was that we were getting full assessments in the range of 40, 50, and sometimes even 100 pages, which kind of killed the cost effectiveness option or aspect of the rapid assessment. We also had concerns, too, that, based on the number of rapid assessments that we were seeing and the determinations that were being made, that the mapping may have been applied to lands that did not comprise high and very high values. And with this new approach to DPs, that the emphasis had completely shifted to the building permit stage, which is a very granular level of development. And obviously, as the board is aware too, we were starting to receive a lot of complaints or concerns, I should say, from residents in some of the electoral areas that have been impacted by the new mapping and guideline requirements. And so this is just an example when I say the granular level of the building permit application process. So, the example on left is somebody putting a deck very marginally into a DP area, but because of the way the bylaws work, it nonetheless triggers the need for some sort of an assessment. Similarly, the one on right, just outside the developed footprint of the house, they wanted to put a carport, and it again triggered the need for an ESDP, but, very small development footprint for some of these structures. Our experience with the DP, and again, because, the vast majority of the permits that we issue are environmentally sensitive, it really brought home for staff some of the limitations which I've conveyed to the board in the past, so I just put them in bullet form here, but certainly the zoning in place on a property limits the effectiveness of a DP because a DP cannot override what's allowed by zoning in terms of use and density. Surprisingly, a DP cannot be, well, I shouldn't say it can't be refused, but if a board was to refuse a DP, and refusing the DP, it also has to provide steps to the developer and how they can get to an approval process. In which case, from a staff level as well, we'd rather work with the property owner to get to that point rather than go through this refusal step. As the board is aware, there's an open question, or it's unclear as to whether infractions of a DP can be ticketed. I will put an asterisk on the end of that because, of course, as the board also is aware, we've recently amended our bylaws to allow us to ticket. So we'll see how that goes. We've received advice in the past that post-approval monitoring cannot be required. We're aware that a lot of local governments do require that monitoring, but we don't at the moment. Also, previous discussions with the board, performance securities have been a particular challenge for us. A lot of developers just see them as the cost of doing business, and we're left then babysitting or trying to deal with abandoned securities that nobody wants to come back for because the cost of getting those securities returned exceeds the steps that they need to take to get there. Professional reliance, I'm not going to talk too much more about that. I think I've expressed to the board in the past the challenges with that. I've also mentioned, it can be very challenging drafting effective guidelines for DPs. Case in point, our own ESDP, protecting the environment from development, is a very broad goal, and it's just presented challenges in terms of measuring performance, which is the last dot point as well. So after going to the board in 2019 and being aware of some of these issues, there have been various directions from the board through notice of motions, as well as stuff that we've looked at internally at a staff level as to how can we try to fix the problems with the ESDP after the 2017 updates. We did very briefly explore how could we replace the rapid assessment. Is there a more regulatory approach that we could take? And we looked at how the province deals with riparian assessments and had explored this idea of an environmental survey, but that never got finalized. We do have concerns about the mapping, but there's no clear solution other than starting over on how to address that. There was some discussion about hiring an in-house biologist to help with the assessments in terms of trying to reduce the costs associated with the rapid assessments, but that didn't proceed beyond just the discussion point. And then also some discussion as well about revisiting the permit exemptions and what should be done in those situations. Which brings us up to the board motion of September 30th, which kind of lays the groundwork for where we are today, so that ESDPs only be applied to subdivisions and rezonings. I've kind of grayed out the other two because I think really this first direction is the key point that's informed the drafting of the amendment bylaw 2912, which is on your regular agenda later. Jumping into the effectiveness audit, and I'm not going to spend too much time here because I don't want to duplicate or cover off what Todd and Scott might be talking about, but just a reminder that as we proceeded with that notice of motion and got close to first reading, that federal and provincial staff did come to the board and did ask for a deferral in order for time to show the board that ESDPs are effective. And I think generally that was in response to some concerns that we at a staff level had raised with the board, that we had no idea if the ESDPs were actually achieving their objective. The focus on building permits has really got us down into the fine level of the development process where, again, and I say this as a layperson, maybe Scott and Todd can speak to this later, but from our understanding, meaningful environmental protection happens at the landscape level, not at the development footprint level. And, also that the anecdotal evidence that we'd heard from the public and a QEP focus group that we'd had was that, the main benefit of the ESDP designation appeared to be in educating property owners. But of course, as I've mentioned, that's not really the objective of the ESDP. It's not educating property owners, it's protecting the environment from development. So the audit, and again, I'm not going to spend too much time on this because I suspect Todd and Scott will be speaking to this, but there was 5 questions that it set out to answer. There were some responses to those 5 questions. I've just kind of highlighted them really quickly here. Again, I'll leave it to Scott and Todd to talk to. There are some recommendations that were made. Community engagement, the benefits of obtaining better mapping, hiring more staff, which I believe was a reference to a biologist. Dot point 4 I do want to speak to, though, because I think there was some misunderstanding. It was suggested at the July 6th meeting that RDCO has a process whereby staff can do an initial screening process and determine whether the bylaw is going to be applied or not. So we reached out to court staff, and that's not actually what they do. They do what we do, which is, occasionally have pre-application meetings with property developers and just walk them through the different bylaw requirements and, encourage them that if you don't want to go through the environmental process, you might want to redesign your development to avoid triggering that, which is basically what we do. There is no screening to determine bylaw application. And I would argue that, we here at the RDOS did try to tackle that with the rapid assessment, although not doing it in-house, but we gave property owners that option of having their QEPs tell us that there are no values here and that, a permit may not be required, at least a permit that requires a full assessment, and that we have this checklist that does the less onerous, hopefully more affordable option. And then finally, the dot point 5 increased enforcement. So we do feel that at a staff level, that change with the ticketing kind of speaks to that, hopefully. I also just wanted to highlight too, and again, I'll let Todd and Scott speak to maybe some more, in-depth response to this, but there were some observations within Stantec's report, which I think are important. And it gets back to that understanding that we have at a staff level about how meaningful environmental protection can occur. And is it at the landscape level or is it at the really fine granular level? And I think this just speaks to, yes, there is obviously a landscape level to consider here. And then just some points of clarification from the July 6th meeting that, for the purposes of the discussion and the questions that might follow the presentations today. So funding, and I did want to address this because I don't want the board to think that CWS gave funding to SOSCP, and I think it's been $750,000 or $1 million has been referenced, and that is how the ESDP update was done. My understanding was that was done for the mapping. And RDOS also contributed funding to SOSCP to help with that particular project, as well as some of the other projects that SOSCP does, and that significant staff time were spent on the 2014-17 ESDP update. It wasn't just handed to us as a plug-and-play kind of project. There's been some reference to species at risk too, which was of some concern, particularly at a staff level. Like, are we missing or not aware of obligations that we might have as a local government? So we did some outreach after the July 6th meeting, and just to provide some context for the board. So at present, and of course things can always change, but there is no provincial legislation providing direction to local governments regarding the Species at Risk Act. Our understanding is that local governments have no obligations under SARA. If there are obligations, it's between the province and the feds. And in reaching out to ministry staff at the province, there is no expectation for local governments to meet any provincial obligations that might exist under SARA. And then finally, in terms of points of clarification, so this was one of the slides that appeared at the July 6th meeting, and this was of great interest to staff. I mean, it was the first time that we had seen this. And I just wanted to highlight this because I know that Stantec's mandate was to look at our permit process, but I think there was an opportunity that might have been lost here in terms of looking at what was actually driving the loss of critical habitat over the last 17, 18 years in our area. And so we did reach out to ECC after the July 6th meeting, and they were kind enough to share with us the data that they used to inform this particular pie chart that they presented to the board. So when we look at it at the staff level here, though, we feel that the vast majority of the land can be attributed to obviously things that are happening at the local level, but we're not convinced that all of it's happening through approvals that are flowing through this organization. And so, as you can see here, one of the main leading losses of critical habitat is the conversion of land in the ALR to agriculture. And as the board is aware, under right to farm, our zoning and DPs do not apply. So we can't, there's very limited options for us in relation to those situations. Similarly, here is another example, one of the main drivers of loss, gravel pit, mineral extraction. But when the mines permits are issued by the province, it renders our bylaws, including DPs, not applicable. And I just want to highlight here too that the underlying aerials that we're using are from 2023, whereas I understand the ECC's mapping is from 2021. So that's why the lines and the disturbed areas may not be lining up. Another example, and I just picked one from Penticton here, but it's all the municipalities this has occurred. So again, I'm not passing judgment on whether this is environmentally sensitive land or whatnot, but from an RDOS perspective, it's difficult. Like obviously our bylaws do not apply within the municipality, so our zoning and our ESDP cannot reflect this. I did look at Penticton's mapping though, and this is Sendero Canyon, and it's not shown as environmentally sensitive for their DP area. Development on First Nations land. Again, our bylaws do not apply. ESDPs and zonings cannot really have an impact on how this occurs. And you can see here that, and these are all drawn from a Soyuz Indian band. It's the same challenges that you as a board deal with when you're confronted with rezoning applications, economic development, food production, housing. The band has those issues as well. Highway upgrades was another leading loss of critical habitat. But again, I mean, this is Crown land and the use of Crown land, and the way the statutes are set up, local government bylaws do not apply. And we recognize that by allowing roads as a permitted use in all zones. Now, the last one, which I think was one of the dominant leaders of critical habitat loss, and one that you as a board did have control over, was the rezoning at Anarchist Mountain, which I think occurred back in 2005, 2006. Again, I'm not at a staff level, we're not disputing that this was lost, critical habitat lost to residential development, but I think it's been shorn of all of its context here. And another way of looking at it would be through the zoning map, and recognizing that the board was asked to consider a rezoning application back in 2004. It was based on a cluster development concept, which the OCP at that time supported. And the board did agree to reduce parcel sizes down from 20 hectares to 1 hectare to allow this residential development to occur. But the trade-off is that 1,200 hectares, which I think was over 50% of the land base, was agreed to be set aside as conservation area. And last few examples, and again, these are ones that have come through the regional district for board decision-making. But again, it is a challenge in the context of the discussion we're having today. And what can DPs do in these situations? And again, recognizing that some of these zonings are historical, and were in place from the 70s and 80s. And the board made a decision at that time to allow for small lot development to occur. And there's trade-offs that come with that, which I think sometimes a DP can be challenged to ameliorate. So that wraps it up for my presentation before I turn it over to Scott and Todd. But again, and this is just RDOS staff's perspective, summarizing. I don't want the board to think that it's an issue particular to ESDPs. I think we've been challenged with implementing, drafting, and applying a lot of the DPs that we have in our OCPs. It's not a perfect tool. Yes, there's always room for improvement. But at looking at Stantec's recommendations, I mean, they have highlighted some significant structural issues with the ESDP designation, which I've listed off here. And I just wanted to highlight for the board that, to address some of those recommendations probably would constitute a major strategic project going forward into 2024. And I know you're in the middle of budget and strategic planning, so just wanted to highlight that. And with that, I'll pass it over to Todd and Scott.
Thank you, gentlemen. If one of you would like to lead the show.
Yeah, hopefully folks can hear me. Thank you, Chris, for that introduction. I think you've touched on a lot of the key points that we've also would like to discuss and mention. So I'll just introduce myself quickly. I'm Todd Kemper. I'm a conservation biologist, wildlife biologist with the Canadian Wildlife Service of Environment and Climate Change Canada. Also with us today is Robin Ruding from BC Ministry of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship, and Scott Leher from Stantec, who ultimately undertook this contract. I don't know, Robin, do you want to introduce yourself if you're here? Okay, no Robin, that's okay. Oh, I see a Robin at the bottom. Okay, we'll leave it there. Robin can chime in with comments later. I know she's in another workshop today, so double booked, but trying to make some time for us to answer questions that the directors may have. Scott, do you want to say hello and introduce yourself, and then I'll load the presentation.
Hey everybody. Everybody can hear me. Scott Lair. I'm a biologist at Stantec. As the lead author on the report, work closely with Chris at the time. Yeah, here to support Environment Canada and answer any questions from the board. Yeah, hopefully help out. Yeah.
Thanks, Scott. Robin just sent me a note that says she can't unmute herself at the moment, so I don't know if that's a control that somebody has, but I'll jump into the presentation and then we can sort that out.
Thank you, sir.
Hopefully I'm now.
Todd, can you hear me now?
Oh, I can.
Yep, I was, the message that I can't unmute myself went away. So hi, everybody.
Okay.
And it looks like I can start my video now too. So yes, hi, I'm a senior ecosystem biologist in the Thompson Okanagan region with the Ecosystems Group in Water, Land, and Resource Stewardship. And I work closely with Jamie Latham, who was previously working on this file with Todd and through the contract with Stantec. And I'll be here after Todd's presentation to answer any questions from the board.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Robin. I will just jump in. And thanks again to Chris for providing some of the context. I'll try and skip over some of the slides that I have that would repeat his. Essentially, for those of you who were here at the July 6th meeting, some of this will be a repeat. I'm calling it a refresh. There is no new information in this presentation. It's essentially the same one that we gave on July 6th. I'm just hoping to again skip over some of those some of those sort of like contextual points and focus in on the key points. Really what we want to do is I would like to hopefully spell out why the Federal Wildlife Service has an interest in this topic, as well as the province. Provide an overview of some of those results of that collaborative audit and move on to discussion and leave a bit more time for questions than we did last time. So I'll try and keep it within about 10, 12 minutes or so. Oh, I can't advance slides. Let me do this. Nope. There we go. Okay. So quickly, why is the Federal Wildlife Service interested in the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen? Obviously, one piece of federal legislation that overlaps with local land use choices and decisions is the Species at Risk Act, as Chris alluded to. What you're looking at here is a map of critical habitat that is designated under the Federal Species at Risk Act. So anywhere where you see color, yellow is one species, darker and darker colors, more and more species. You can see in the inset there, and when we zoom in on the RDOS, you can clearly see that from about Penticton south is the hotspot for federally listed species at risk in British Columbia. So the RDOS is in a unique predicament here. There's more than 70 federally identified species at risk, and we have critical habitat identified for 30 or so within the region. Chris already spoke to this conversion of natural habitat. So just to be clear, this is not supposing to say that these were all authorized under ESDPs. And you can see intensive agriculture over here. We're including mines and gravel pits. The key point of this slide is that reviewing available imagery from about 2004 to 2021, about 67%, so more than 2/3 of the conversions of natural habitats in the valley bottoms, so in that area that's kind of that red polygon in my previous slide, were due to the demand for residential housing. Not to say these were all in ESDP areas. Chris also touched on this, and I apologize if we misspoke in the last presentation. However, again, yes, about $780,000 was given directly to the RDOS to fund the SOSCP. Of that, this is from 2008 onwards, of that, about $500,000 went to support the EST process in one way or another, mostly through the mapping of sensitive ecosystems and critical habitat, but as well through implementation with that shared planner position that used to exist, as well as we funded an audit and evaluation in 2018. So just to say that taxpayers across the country have some skin in the game, I guess. That 2018 audit. So SOSCP and RDOS spearheaded this about a year after that 2017 change that led to that huge increase in permits that Chris pointed out. Pardon me. Some of the recommendations from that audit are highlighted here. Essentially it was around better guidance for ratepayers and QEPs. But the point that I would like to highlight here is that, one of the things we pointed out that was identified in that audit was that pre-screening, monitoring, and evaluation of compliance would be important in improving the process, understanding that that requires additional resources and expertise. Subsequent to that, as Chris identified, there were vocalizations from various ratepayers and landowners and local staff that were concerned that these 2017 amendments weren't really achieving the intended purpose. Oops, pardon me, how did that happen? Let me go back. Weren't really achieving the intended goal of protecting the environment, and the directors brought forward that motion to amend bylaw 2912. Chris already highlighted the key point here, which was that it would be triggered only by subdivision, thus removing the triggers related to clearing of lots, vegetation, soils, etc. at the construction phase. ECCC received that bylaw amendment referral in 2020, and we provided our preliminary comments and suggestions on December 3rd, 2020, indicating that we did not support it as drafted. On behalf of the board, RDOS staff asked us for specific recommendations, which were provided in a letter. I believe that was April 22nd, 2021. The key points are here that we very much support that subdivision as a trigger for environmental review, best to catch these things early. However, we suggested that we retain rather than eliminate the triggers for alteration of land or construction of buildings. And we provided what we felt were some very simple common sense changes to wording that would remove some of the existing triggers that may have led to unnecessary permits. The examples are here, but you've probably already seen the letter, so I won't dive into the details. At the same time, we also reiterated that 2018 audit provided useful recommendations, that monitoring and enforcement were key to measuring success. And at that time, we offered to provide financial contributions for increased in-house capacity to deal with that monitoring and enforcement if it was needed or wanted. Following those communications, RDOS agreed to defer the bylaw question by at least 1 year, and RDOS staff entered into discussions with BC and CWS on how to better evaluate the effectiveness. In essence, we agreed to contract a third party to look at these 5 questions. Chris already pointed them out. I won't go through them again. We'll be seeing them again in a moment anyways. Importantly, I guess the terms of reference, the statement of work for that contract was developed by CWS, BC, and RDOS in tandem. RDOS planning staff really kindly provided access to 236 permits that were issued since that change, which is a lot of permits. Stantec reviewed 131 of those in detail. They also sent surveys to landowners and QEPs that had been involved in the process. And they reviewed other existing DP processes used by local governments in BC around environmentally sensitive habitats. And they developed suggestions in relation to the 5 questions. We're going to go over those here. So what were the results and the conclusions? Obviously, the board has access to the full report. But we're just going to go over the sort of the highlights here as ECCC sees them and then provide time for questions. And Stantec can answer the nitty-gritty details for us. So question number 1 was, are these ESDPs being effective at mitigating impacts of development on sensitive areas in the RDOS? And the answer was, this is completely unknown after 5 years and 200 permits. Essentially, because there is no post-development construction monitoring of permits, we can't say if they were effective or not. QEPs are hired by landowners. They make non-binding recommendations, and under the current set of procedures and policies in use in RDOS, they don't know, even the QEPs don't know if their recommendations were followed. They also indicated there was a lack of clarity about when they should be using that rapid assessment versus the full assessment. This also connects into that cost effectiveness side that Chris spoke to, I think, quite well. questions 2 and 3. So we just combined these here for the sake of time, but effectively, is the ESDP process having measurable benefits to the natural environment, and is it reasonable from that cost benefit perspective? Again, the key answer here is that we just don't know because there's no monitoring after the fact. Having said that, Stantec did identify that close to 70% of the permits they did review, of those 131 they looked at, were deemed necessary in their opinion, based on the presence of sensitive environmental habitat features on those lots. So basically, most of the permits had recommendations made by QEPs indicating areas within the property that should be conserved and not developed, but we just don't know if they were. Now, touching on that cost effectiveness side again, Stantec thought that just under a third of those permits, 31% of the 130 they looked at, appeared to be completely unnecessary. So that obviously represents a burden to your ratepayers and to your planning staff. So where are they helpful and where are they ineffective? I think we may disagree with your planning department a bit on this based on some of the stuff that Chris just presented, but we feel it's helpful at multiple stages. So both at that landscape level that Chris was discussing and at the granular level. And again, the report does note that there are legal constraints here. So OCP zoning and subdivision probably remain the most effective point in time to apply environmental review and development restrictions. Again, catch it as early as you can. ESDPs are, however, useful tools in guiding development in areas where sensitive environmental features are present. So, I mean, the clearing of those lots is where the rubber hits the road. It's where wildlife trees that are the attributes that comprise that critical habitat might be felled. It's where habitat is cleared. And again, we can go into this further in the discussion, and I think Chris does a very good job of understanding and presenting this to you. The legal framework that enables DPs is somewhat limiting. The authority of local governments to enforce permit conditions is kind of uncertain. Again, the Union of BC Municipalities and the province disagree on this. The province believes that local governments have it, but there isn't a lot of tests or case law in those cases where landowners are unwilling to comply. And local governments in BC vary in their comfort level with applying monitoring and enforcement. Other RDs in the valley, however, have monitored, enforced, and issued fine on these permits. This was made clear to us in a recent meeting as well. The last question, are there alternatives that can be effective? The answer is yes, you have options. Stantec report provides a suite of options, complementary bylaws, amendments, etc., that you may want to consider. They're there as non-binding things, options, suggestions, approaches. ECCC's suggested approach is to amend the existing bylaw to refine rather than reduce its application. Provide simple exemptions such as those that exist in federal species of risks legislation, for example, to prevent unnecessary permits and red tape. You exempt fire smarting, things like that. Conduct pre-screening meetings with the QEPs and the developers to reduce unneeded permits, as other RDs do. Enable and require monitoring with performance bonds, provide measurable results. In addition, our recommendation is to update that mapping. It's always a problem. Mapping is instantly out of date as soon as it's available, and it does require constant refreshes, and there are better tools, higher resolution, that would help drill this down into a more manageable level. As well, our recommendation is to consider harmonizing your ESDP bylaw, your policies, and your procedures with other RDs in the valley to provide better clarity and consistency to everyone that's involved in the process. As you all know, we requested a deferral to this meeting to attend a session that RDCO was hosting around exactly this topic, and there is quite a deal of interest amongst the other RDs within the valley to do this. And this last bullet is almost a repetition of the 1-2 above, but incorporate more detailed mapping of ESDPs into official community plans and protect wildlife connectivity corridors, etc. I won't go too deeply into this because I don't have, at our last meeting, we had our regulatory affairs division here. We don't have them here today, but going back into this issue of why we're interested in RDS and the application of the Species of Risk Act, Chris touched on some of this. This is just some background, but the National Accord for Species at Risk, which actually predates the Act, the provinces really recommended that local and provincial tools should be recognized within their own jurisdictions as key elements for protecting species at risk, and that the federal government should focus on federal lands and federal jurisdiction first. And so it's basically a call for like stewardship first, voluntary action, recognition of that, financial support by the federal government. As the saying goes in Canada, the federal government has the purse, the province has the power, and the municipalities have the problems. So recognizing all of that. That was ultimately enshrined in the legislation when it was passed, with this important caveat at the bottom of this safety net provision. I'm not an expert in this, but I'll do it as quickly and best as I can. It's known as an emergency order. It's enabled under Section 80 of SARA. It essentially enables the feds to prohibit activities that threaten species at risk and their habitats if a species is deemed to be at imminent threat of extinction or extirpation. There is quite a process to get there, to get to that point. Getting there is never a desired outcome from any perspective, but the reason that we felt it was important to mention at the July 6th meeting was that if it does happen, activities that are deemed to be threats to species at risk can't happen without a federal permit, and that can include subdivision construction, even on private lands. It's a bit of a frightening prospect, I suppose. They haven't been used too often in Canada, although we seem to be seeing more and more requests to consider them. The example that's probably most prescient here is emergency orders have been passed in the city of Montreal and Longueuil, where developers on private land have to submit permit applications to Environment and Climate Change Canada before they can clear and build on those lots. So if all that sounds scary, this is where I finished last time, and I want to go back to this. I represent the stewardship part of our organization. We're the carrot, the regulatory affairs is the stick. So I just want to come back to this point, this concept of stewardship cooperation. And as an example, since 2014, we've invested I think the number is actually getting closer to $13 million within the regional district of Okanagan-Similkameen boundaries to these organizations and others to protect species at risk and to hopefully never put us in that position where regulatory tools from higher levels of government are considered. We support stewardship first, local and provincial governments to use their own tools. And we continue to extend this offer to support RDOS if implementation of enhanced bylaws is something the board wishes to pursue. And that's the conclusion. That is our presentation in a nutshell. In our previous iteration, I know Jamie Leatham from the province presented some examples, concrete examples of where ASTPs had protected some sensitive features on lots. She is not here. However, we do have Stantec here as well as Robin Ruding to answer any questions you may have. So I will stop presenting there and happily open the floor to tables. And thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kemper. Mr. Leher, do you have anything you want to say before I throw you to the wolves?
Please be nice to me.
Cancel, yeah.
Yeah, no, happy to answer questions. I guess I'd like to caveat, I'm a biologist, not a planner or a lawyer, so getting into some of the bylaws and the wording might not be the best person to answer those questions, but I'll do my best.
All right, and Robin?
Yeah, nothing. Maybe Todd's last slide, maybe just to kind of continue on that. And Chris talked about the kind of legality under SARA, which of course those agreements are with the province. The province has taken a stewardship. And again, I don't have our policy, species at risk policy or legal people here. So I will speak generally. And if we want to get into real specifics on that, we'll need to pull in some expertise from policy, but generally BC has taken a stewardship first approach, similar to the theme within the Federal Species at Risk Act, and in terms of managing species at risk, and in particular, that's true on private land. And we have a long history of working with RDOS and our other local government partners in the region on stewardship and on implementing tools that are available on private land, and of course within local governments. Environmentally sensitive development permit areas have been one of those key tools on working together on stewardship of species at risk. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. All right, to our directors, any questions for our delegates here? Okay, Director Gettler.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just, when you say there's an offer to support the regional district in work in making this process better or putting these bylaws together, what is the offer? Because I understand we used to have a shared planner role here, but I'm just curious, like what support is available if we decide to try and make this process better, including some of your recommendations around monitoring?
I guess that goes to Mr. Garish. No?
Sorry, Chair. I'm looking for our guests. That I would like to hear from our guests what kind of what kind of offer of what kind of support there is for the regional district from their organizations.
Understood. I'll let whoever is the expert in that one take it, please.
I can speak to the federal side, and I'll leave Robin speak to the provincial side if required. Essentially, I would say that that's to be determined by what you feel your needs are. If there's an interest in exploring any of those topics further, we could put together a proposal for funding. So it'd basically just be an offer of, we could potentially consider funding that shared planner position again, consider funding improving the mapping. Just as a couple examples, the planning lab we recently attended that RDCO hosted around these topics, the meeting was sort of focused around exactly this question. They presented results of updated SEI mapping that we funded for that Ecoscape conducted so that they can better refine their mapping tools going into this, as well as a planning tool that is in development with a third-party contractor that we funded as well, like a GIS planning tool essentially, that combines mapping and local planning decisions. Other RDs are in discussions with us about expanding those tools across the central Okanagan there and applying those, and we're looking to put in applications to Ottawa to fund those exact questions. So, and at that planning lab, the shared planner topic came up again, and I extended an offer to RDCO, Lake Country, and Kelowna that if they want to explore those things further, that we can certainly discuss what the resources required versus resources available might be.
Thank you, sir. Robin, do you care to add to this?
Sure. I would add that, yeah, we could explore provincial funding options as well to kind of coordinate with any federal funding that's available and help with funding applications for those initiatives. And we have a long history of working with our local government partners, with our planning departments across the region when going through whether it's OCP reviews or development of the environmentally sensitive development permit areas, working with our conservation partners, SOSCP and OCCP, when they're working on initiatives like the biodiversity strategy that Chris mentioned. And so we have been a kind of resource that's available for expertise and input when processes are being reviewed or improved, and we would continue to offer that support as well as look into additional funding.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Just as a follow-up, Chair. So, I guess I think this is probably a question for the CAO then, because I do think in the South Okanagan, when you look at that map, we've got this really small area with a very small population, and we've got this disproportional amount of serious species at risk that is as a national value. So I feel like that's great if there's federal and provincial funding. I guess my question here is just given how tight resources are here locally, and I think the big picture really is we want to be working with our neighbors on something like this so it's most impactful, like up and down the valley. So to the CAO, how do we leverage this offer? Like if it sounds like there's a federal and a provincial offer, there's some coordination going, there's conversations already going. I'm not sure what involvement we have of the regional district in these valley-wide conversations, but how do we leverage this offer? Like what's the next step?
Thank you. CAOs, if you
We first have to find out what that leverage is, how much money we are talking about, and then we'll bring it back to the board. The other issue would be which service would it be against? You just mentioned that it doesn't affect everyone, and we'd have to take a look at what is the fairest one. So I would ask if someone communicate with me about what this means for the leveraging, and I will come back on the 21st with some options.
Thank you, sir. Any other? Director Pendergraft, please.
Thank you. I'm curious, this question will probably go to Scott. In reviewing the 130 some odd application or assessments, was there any in there specifically that you could point to where the actual QEP recommended changing the development to protect something? I'm not meaning don't cut this tree because there's a nest in it. Did they physically require or request that the development that was proposed changes?
So that was one thing that we were looking at as part of our assessment of all the development permits. What we received was the end product, so the permit that was issued and the attached environmental assessment reports, any designs. So one limitation we had was we couldn't see what went on prior to kind of everything being finalized and submitted and approved. So in my experience, just as a consulting biologist, a lot of conversations that happen with developers after you do your initial site assessment and kind of constraints assessment. And maybe this is at the 40% design phase, and then designs get changed. But if these don't get submitted to RDOS or form part of the DP application, then we wouldn't see that doing the audit with the material we received.
Okay. Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Director Coyne Jr., did you have a question? Nope. Any other questions out there for our delegates? Off the date group here this afternoon. I have a couple of concerns from my point of view. Is I'd definitely like to see building permits that don't affect already building footprint exemptions. And that's going to ongo if we have to step around them. And if it has an unnecessary cost, if we're impacting already developed land, part of it, sure part of the 31% of necessary. So that the only input in that part of it. And establish what kind of
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, we can't hear you. We can't hear you, Chair. It's cutting in and out in the boardroom. Sorry, I just want to make sure you're connected properly.
Okay, I won't repeat the whole entire address.
Oh no, you know what? Sorry, that's way better. If you want to repeat it, we'll hear you. We didn't hear you before.
My biggest concern is that we were requiring building permits on areas that already had been disturbed or developed. You know, I'd like to see an exemption for for anything that is inside the current development on an existing platform. Also, we don't really have any kind of enforcement, so we'll have to develop some kind of an enforcement model that is suitable, that will actually work. So those are kind of the two things that we have to get to the table somehow. Hopefully we can all get together and get there. So with my little piece, if there's no one else that has any questions, Director Holmes.
Yeah, thank you. I guess, you know, where I think a lot of frustration comes in is, like, if you drive the highway between, from our region up to Kelowna, they're blasting the side out of a mountain, the provinces. And you're wondering, well, what kind of environmental assessment went on before they did that? When you think of the LDLR land, you know, you can plant a vineyard if it's in the LR and not really worry about any environmental assessment. And so, you know, one of your slides there was that, you know, the federal government looks after the federal responsibilities, and the province looks after the province, and the local government looks after ours. Well, it seems to me everything's been, all the expectation on protecting the environment is on the local government, and you know, the one level of government with the least amount of resources, and so I think it would help local governments if we could see what the higher levels of governments were doing as well, because all I ever see is these mountainsides being blasted with no environmental monitoring going on at all. And then we're being told, okay, well, don't do what we do what we say. And I think that's where a lot of frustration comes in.
Thank you. I'm not sure there's a question there, more a comment. Director Gettins, did you have another question? No?
No, thanks.
Anyone else for panel? Not seeing anyone. I will thank the delegation very much for your attendance here. This is going to be an ongoing topic for a while yet, I believe. So we'll just keep at it until we get where we need to go. Once again, I thank you very much.
Thank you for inviting us, and thank you for your time.
I'm sure we will see you again.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for inviting us. Thank you for your time. With respect to the last comment, I can't speak to all the ministries and what they're doing. We, Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure certainly has their own assessment processes, and we do work with them on species at risk in some of their projects. And if there is interest from the board in seeing presentations of species at risk work that we're doing across the province on provincial crown lands, we would be happy to come back and let you know what some of the other work that's going on across the region.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you again, and moving on. We'll move on to the subdivision servicing bylaw review. CAO Newell, would you care to get the ball rolling, please?
Well, I would. So this.
I'm a month behind.
So the purpose of this report is to provide a draft subdivision and development servicing bylaw for number 2900. And the recommended motion is that the draft regional district of Okanagan-Similkameen subdivision and developing services bylaw 2900 be initiated. Mr. Garish is here to answer any of your questions, and I believe there is a presentation if you wish to see it.
Thank you, CAO Zafino. Mr. Garish, please.
Great, thank you. And further to the CEO's comments, I do have a PowerPoint, but I just wanted to introduce to my right is Jeremy Klaus. So he's a professional engineer and a principal with Urban Systems. Correct me if I'm wrong, but focusing in water and wastewater as an engineering practice. Yep, perfect. So with my PowerPoint slide, and again, I apologize for the background context I'm going to give you here, but I wanted to give some context, obviously, because it's a bylaw I don't think the board sees say as regularly as you do the official community plans or zoning bylaws when various applications come forward. So just to go through, I guess at the beginning would be statutory authority. So obviously it's under the Local Government Act, and the board has the ability, which it has done for many decades, implement design standards for water distribution systems, fire hydrants, sewage, roads, and street lighting. The subdivision servicing bylaw is technically a land use bylaw. That's the section of the act that it falls under. And from planning's perspective, it's one of the suite of bylaws that we use to help, achieve the objectives that are, ultimately outlined in the regional growth strategy, but I think more applicable, at least with the electoral areas, through the official community plan. The zoning bylaw supports the official community plan, and then below the zoning bylaw is the subdivision servicing bylaw. I hinted at this just a moment ago, but it is a long history of having these bylaws in place. So the first one was in electoral area D, adopted back in 1970. In the past 50 years, there's been 6 iterations. The current bylaw, which we're in the process of reviewing, dates to 2002, but if I'm not mistaken, it's largely based on a 1995 version that was adopted by the bylaw. And subdivision servicing itself was subsequently applied to all of the electoral areas in 2008, and that was part of the regional district's implementation of the 1 hectare policy to be compliant with provincial requirements for grant funding, et cetera. So again, just this isn't so much on the bylaw changes itself. I just wanted to provide the board with some background on how we use this particular bylaw. And, although it relates technically to subdivision and building permits, primarily subdivision that is triggered. And as the board knows, subdivision authority resides with the Ministry of Transportation. So when subdivisions come into the ministry, they'll then refer them out to external agencies for comment. One of those agencies is obviously us as a regional district. And what the ministry is basically asking to hear from us when these subdivisions come in is what are our bylaw requirements? And for the most part, we're looking at the land use bylaws. And the approving officer does have the ability to refuse a subdivision that does not comply with an RDOS land use bylaw. And so again, kind of a variation of that previous slide, these are the main things that we'll look at when we receive a referral. So again, obviously, having adopted an OCP, everything the board has to do afterwards is to be consistent with that OCP. The zoning bylaw supports that, and then again, below the zoning bylaw is the subdivision. I've tried to give a breakdown on each bylaw's purpose. At the risk of getting off topic a bit here, OCPs is primarily the DPs and parkland dedication priorities. With a zoning bylaw, it's going to be your typical building envelope that's allowed on the parcel, and does the subdivision provide a suitable building envelope? And then with subdivision servicing, again, depending on the type of subdivision that's being proposed, what kind of servicing in terms of water and sewer, and how's that provided to the parcel? And, so these are some examples of different subdivision types and how the current subdivision servicing bylaw deals with them. Parcel consolidation, multiple parcels going down into one. The bylaw sees that as generally a positive, so it provides broad exemptions for those. And I don't think there's a change contemplated with the new bylaw that's before you today. Boundary adjustment somewhat similar, not reducing parcel numbers, but just changing the lot lines between 2 or more parcels. Again, generally seen to be a net benefit. And for the most part, it's exempt from the subdivision servicing requirements of the bylaw. Where that begins to change now is when we actually get the creation of new parcels. And the bylaw is basically structured in 2 ways based on parcel size. Again, getting back to the 1 hectare policy, for parcels that are proposed to be greater than 1 hectare, and you can see here the example at right is showing parcels in the 8 to 12, 13 hectare range. Generally, our requirements are that servicing those parcels by well or septic is suitable. We provide a little bit more direction in the design specifications. Again, recognizing that I think, 15, 20 years ago, the province downloaded responsibility for septics to the registered on-site wastewater practitioners. For the most part of our parcels above 2 hectares, we don't need to seek confirmation as professional reliance model, so the ROPE will take care of that. For parcels between 1 to 2 hectares in area, and I think this is an IHA requirement, they still require that the ROPE submit their assessment to IHA, so we just want confirmation that it's happened. That's all we ask for on above 1 hectare parcels, above 1 hectare but smaller than 2 hectares. For wells, I suppose a surface water collection too, a little bit more regulatory. There are requirements for a certain flow which is outlined here. And again, we're kind of professional reliance model in that we look to the subdivider's professional engineer to provide certification that they're meeting those specifications. Now, when we get into parcels smaller than 1 hectare, there's a more onerous requirement for servicing under the bylaw. Generally, or always, you're going to be looking at connection to a community sewer system, community water system, fire hydrants, fire flow, and far more prescriptive design standards, which again, as a layperson, I'm not going to try to get into this too much. This is why Jeremy's here to help with any questions and explanations that may be required in relation to this. But generally, this is what we'll be looking for parcels less than 1 hectare in area. Similarly with the sewage system, preferably it's connecting into an existing community system. Ideally, I think one owned and operated by the regional district. But there are currently provisions that allow for private systems. Well, I know that's a topic that we've raised with the board recently to seek direction on how you want to deal with private systems going forward. But regardless, at the moment, the bylaw does set out standards that can be used for our systems or private systems. And again, just some more context, within the bylaw, there are design standard drawings that are used to help provide guidance in terms of what we're looking for the construction of these various facilities. And it may be hard to tell here, but I think these particular design drawings go back to the 1995 bylaw. So not to say they're necessarily out of date, and I might leave this to Jeremy to maybe provide some additional context, but certainly worth reviewing and seeing if there's more current drawings that can be used. And again, just for some more context for the board, so there are situations where a subdivision design can't meet this setbacks, the regulations contained within the subdivision bylaw, and that's when those proposals come before you, usually in the form of a development variance permit. And so I went back through our records and just pulled some DVPs for the subdivision servicing bylaw that you've seen as a board over the last 2 years. And I think there was a couple that came forward in relation to street lighting in Naramata, the confirmation of water sources on large lots in Area H, extension of a sewer main to the edge of a property line in Area D, OK Falls, and then I think more recently the construction of a well on a parcel that was being subdivided that would result in the well being on a separate legal parcel. Anyway, these are the kind of servicing issues that generally kind of float to the surface for board consideration when subdivisions are occurring. And in each of these instances, actually, the board, I think, supported all of the variances. And then once we have compliance with the subdivision bylaw, we're able to complete a letter of compliance that we then send to the ministry to let them know, in accordance with the OCP requirements as well as zoning, that all of our bylaw standards have been met. And then it's up to the ministry to finalize their conditions and send it off to land titles. So jumping now into the bylaw review project itself. So this is a multi-year project that's been going on for a couple of years. We haven't brought anything recently within 2022 or 2023, but in 2021, I think we had a number of items that we brought to the board for direction on as we geared up for the review, and that was how we're going to deal with highway standards. Our recommendation, which was adopted by the board, is to remove them from the bylaw because really this is the responsibility of the Ministry of Transportation. Similarly, the ministry is responsible for stormwater management, so we'll leave the design standards to the ministry and not put duplicate ones in our bylaw. We'd received legal a number of years earlier that electrical power, natural gas is not something that we can regulate through the bylaw, so that was removed. Speaking of the DVPs, I just mentioned the confirmation of water and sewer. So I think changes were made to exempt water confirmation on parcels greater than 20 hectares. And for sewer systems, which we own, which at this point is really just the OK Falls one, we did put in a regulation to require mandatory connections within the sewer service area. And then the changes that we did to street lighting were to remove mandatory requirements in recognition that generally in electoral areas, I think our approach is to have dark skies. It's not to preclude future street lighting in area, but dark skies is the preference going forward. I don't want to touch on this too much because I think it kind of trends into Jeremy's presentation here, other than to say one of the guiding principles with the bylaw review is to look at, to the extent possible, relying on a guiding document that basically covers off all the same things that the bylaw itself would cover off, and then recognizing too that the current bylaw hasn't been reviewed in 20 years, and it's probably based on standards from the mid-90s. The Master Municipal Construction Documents Association's guideline manual, which I reference here, I think it's updated much more frequently. So the thinking is, rather than us having to do substantive reviews every 5 to 6, 7 years, if MMCD is reviewing its guideline manual in that same time frame, that takes some of the burden off us if we can simply, through our bylaw, refer to the MMCD guidelines, and when updates are implemented, review and make minor adjustments to the subdivision servicing bylaw to reflect any divergences that we want to have, as opposed to having to do a full-scale review. So that's been kind of the overriding guiding principle. Just some minor things I wanted to touch on before I turn it over to Jeremy in terms of changes. So some slight additions to the list of exemptions, just recognizing that in situations where somebody might want to make a conservation area donation and say it's less than 1 hectare in area, that we're proposing that they be exempt from having to service that type of a lot. It seems counterproductive and may actually be an impediment to conservation donations or gifting when it may be a community benefit long term. And building permits are a bit of they have been a bit of a challenge during the drafting process, particularly in relation to exemptions and what we'll put into the bylaw. We did look at how other regional districts tackle this with their bylaws, and interestingly, what came back is that very few of them list building permits as a trigger. We're not proposing entirely to remove that, although we're going to propose that we rely on a discretion that's available to us under a specific section of the Act that allows the regional district on a, adds needs basis to apply the standards in the bylaw to a building permit that might come in. Obviously, given the existing exemption is for 2 dwellings or less, which basically means a duplex or a house with a suite in it, we don't see building permits as being a common trigger for servicing under this bylaw, but if it's something that's related to, say, medium density development, high density development, complex industrial or commercial development, or potentially, although unlikely, agriculture, because agriculture is usually larger parcels, that section 5069 of the Act does give us the ability to apply the standards of the bylaw. And if there's any concern about that, I just wanted to highlight some mitigating considerations that the building bylaw does require proof of servicing at the building permit stage. Where the regional district has a water system, the water use regulation bylaw does mandate connection to the RDOS system. Similarly, the subdivision servicing bylaw, and I believe the draft will as well, mandate a connection to the RDOS sewer system where they exist. And, generally where we anticipate seeing medium-high residential development or industrial and commercial development requiring connections is hopefully in the growth areas that have been identified in the regional growth strategy, and those are the same areas that we're focusing our infrastructure upgrades to facilitate growth, right? So, and then obviously the last one would be the proposed regulation of private utilities, which the board can help to, make all these things work together and be consistent. And with that, I'll pass the clicker over to Jeremy, and I'll just get you fired up.
All right. Thank you, Chris. So I'll walk you through the work we did and the amendments we've done to the water and sanitary design guidelines, which are appended to the end of the STS bylaw. So as Chris mentioned, we've aligned the document to utilize MMCD. So in terms of guidance from MMCD, they have their design guidelines, which were last revised in 2022, and then they have the volume 2 book that's in the bottom right picture there. So that would include instructions to tenderers, general conditions, specifications, and standard detail drawings for projects. And then so RDOS would just provide revisions to those documents based on local needs. So in terms of what those documents are in the bylaw, there are 3 schedules. So there's Schedule A, which has the water design guidelines, Schedule B, which is the sewer guidelines, and C is standard detail drawings. And then there's also supplemental specifications to MMCD. So those 4 components represent your revisions to the MMCD. So I'm just going to give you some of the highlights here from Schedule A. So in terms of MMCD design guideline, their water distribution section is 18 pages long, and it outlines methods for estimating design and design criteria for important infrastructure. I'm not going to read those out because that was on one of Chris's slides. So in terms of exceptions or revisions to the MMCD, I'm not going to go through every one we did, just going to highlight a few here just as examples. So one is increasing per capita water demands to suit the Okanagan. So I've listed an example there, about 3 times higher than what the MMCD prescribes for this area. And that's common up and down the valley, so we're just adjusting that to match. Another important one is just the requirement to comply with the occupational health and safety regulation, and specifically Part 9, which deals with confined spaces. So we've updated the document to identify preference for an above-ground structure, and then where confined spaces can't be eliminated, we've put in provision to require suitable isolation means. And then another one, we were talking about private water sources. So we do have an updated requirement there for drilled water wells in Schedule A. And like kind of what does this result in? So you can see on the left, that would be an example of an old pressure reducing valve chamber. And on the right would be a new one. So that's just an example of improved working conditions for operators under the new standards. And then in terms of standard detail drawings, MMCD has a pretty comprehensive set of standard detail drawings. So a lot of the ones that were in the previous bylaw were not needed in the new one because it would be duplicating what MMCD already had. But what we did do is look at what was unique that we should carry forward. So for water, there was W11 and W12, the 2 drawings we have up here, which deal with details that are just not covered under MMCD. And then, so that's it for water. I'll switch over to sewer. So MMCD, their section for sewer is 12 pages long. Similar to water, it identifies methods for estimating flows and design criteria for important infrastructure. On the sewer side, that's gravity mains, lift stations, force mains, and odor control systems. So a couple of highlights. There's not a lot of revisions we did to Schedule B, but a couple are on lift stations, just requiring an explosion-proof motor, which is needed in wet wells. And then also just, again, identifying the preference for moving critical infrastructure above ground instead of keeping it in confined spaces where it's difficult to maintain. And then just the other example on there is just RDOS preference for not having curved sewers. In terms of drawings for the sewer side, we had one addition which was carried over from the previous bylaw and updated. So that was a sanitary service connection and a cul-de-sac. And then just a couple examples too of where the standards will bring you to in future infrastructure. So on the left is an old wet well. So you could see a ladder. It'd be pretty nasty climbing down that to service valves. So on the newer systems, we just put it above ground in a kiosk that's shown in the 2 pictures on the right. Yeah, so I guess I'll turn it back over to Chris. That's a real quick overview of what we did.
Yeah, and so we're almost at the end here, and I just wanted to highlight for board, so, if the board's comfortable with the bylaws presented today, what we're envisioning in terms of next steps, pretty standard. I think the only twist here is that, we'll do our standard agency referrals. We suspect the Ministry of Transportation might be the most interested agency. And I think we're looking at potentially 2 information meetings, but one of which will be obviously open to the public, but I think focused on engaging with the consulting engineering firms in town, who are the ones who are usually retained by people subdividing their land, who have to meet our servicing requirements for water and sewer, and just getting their feedback on the draft bylaw. And because we're getting close to the holidays now, I think we're looking at doing this sometime in the new year. And then, as the board is also aware, with private utility regulations, the campground regulations bylaw and the manufactured home park bylaw, I think we're looking at potentially trying to wrap all those into the feedback process as well, and just deal with them as one project. And anticipating coming back to you in the new year, probably in February, letting you know what we heard, any major changes or revisions that might be required, and then hopefully from that proceeding towards adoption, knock on wood. So that's it. And I think Jeremy's very happy to take questions. So.
Thank you, gentlemen. Outstanding. All right, any questions for our people? I haven't got the view of the board just yet.
Director Bloomfield has a question.
Director Bloomfield, please.
Thank you, and through the chair. And I'm just curious, I was looking through it, is there a trigger for compliance on the number of lots? Does this apply to a 2-lot subdivision, or is there something that, is there a level that triggers that?
Jeremy?
Well, I think I'll take that one. So the way the bylaw is structured, it's not so much on number of lots, it's the size of the lots is always the key point for us. So if it's over a hectare, the servicing could be pretty straightforward in terms of on-site well and septic, but if it's smaller than 1 hectare, then it's the connection to the community water and sewer services.
Okay. Oh, one more question, if I can.
Yes, follow up.
Yeah, and is there any provision in larger developments for, future planning if there's no, if there's no sewer service available, is there a requirement to put in dry sewers so that they could be hooked up to a sewer should it come in at a later date?
Mr. Garris, please.
Well, if I'm understanding the question correctly, I don't think those lots would be able to be created in the first place unless they had, like if we're talking parcels less than a hectare for sewer, they wouldn't be able to be created unless they were connected to a community system.
Even if it's a 2-lot subdivision?
If it's 2 lots less than a hectare, yes.
They'd have to go into a community septic system.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, and so what we're seeing, and I think this gets back to the Cleveland example after the sewer referendum, was that small lot subdivision proposals with no sewer, and they were looking at strata systems in order to comply with the requirements of the bylaw for connecting to a quote unquote community system.
That's if we want a private septic system in the future.
To be determined, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, there were 2 that I've seen so far. First was Director Holmes.
Go, Director Holmes.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just wondering, when you send out the referrals, do you send it out to the... So, yeah.
It came alive on its own.
I'm just wondering if the referrals are sent to the member municipalities as well. And considering we have kind of the same developers work up and down the valley, if there's any, kind of efforts, if it's worth making kind of efforts to create some consistency with the municipalities in the bylaw. Thanks.
Mr. Garris, please.
Yes, we're certainly happy to refer this one out to the member municipalities and engage them on it.
Thank you. Next, please.
Yeah, I'm just curious about the per capita water demand at 600 liters per day being increased to 1,800 per day. And I'm just wondering, can you explain that? And how does that jive with declining water levels and climate change, et cetera? Do we just go along with that?
Yeah, so the water usage in the Okanagan Valley is still quite a bit higher than other parts of Canada, largely because of irrigation demands and our climate here. So the 1,800 is liters per day per capita would be a max day demand, and it's actually realistic for Okanagan Valley. Obviously, long term, any water efficiency and bringing that number lower is good, and I would want to see that. But I think the 1,800 is already a reduction from what was used previously in the valley. It was, you'll see in a lot of other bylaws, 2,400 liters per day per capita reference still. So you guys, that is still making a move to reduce, but it's just a reality of being in the Okanagan Valley. Our water consumption is higher.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions for our panel here? Director Monteith, please, and then Director Barkwell.
Thank you. Through the chair,
Two parts. I was curious if irrigation districts get the referral as well for comment,
We can ensure that they do, yep.
just because specifically Clayton, that's who provides our water. The other part, I'm unsure about the campground and the manufactured home comment and what that connects to this.
Mr. Garrish, please.
Okay, so when we presented to the board, I think a meeting or two or three back recently in relation to the campground and the manufactured home park bylaw, we highlighted that we were in the middle of reviewing the subdivision servicing bylaw, and there may be an opportunity because a lot of the regulations contained within campground and manufactured home park are service-based. Rather than maintaining two separate bylaws dealing with servicing, can we find some consistency there and just deal with it through one bylaw? But in presenting to the board at that time, we weren't sure where all the relevant regs in campground and manufactured home park that we wanted to retain would land. Would they be in subdivision servicing, zoning, or building? And so we have direction from the board in relation to private utilities, those two bylaws, and hopefully this bylaw. And so we would present it all together when we go to the public. Those regulations within the manufactured and campground that can go into subdivision servicing, if that helps.
Just a consolidation.
Sorry. Yes, please. So as I have 4 campgrounds in my area, I think maybe perhaps I need to connect further on this with you. Thank you.
Director Barkwell, please.
Thank you. I was wondering about that 1,600 liters per day per capita. That's the standard of the amount of water you expect to be able to deliver to the house. Like if you had a 1 hectare lot and somebody says, well, there's just going to be me and my wife there, you would require 3,200 liters. But if it's like but it still could be a 4-bedroom house, and the next person might have 6 people there. Basing it on a per capita basis seems like it could have some problems. Is that, can you?
Excuse me. Yeah, it's just one of the items that would be looked at. So if you're estimating demands for a property like that, there would also be an occupancy assumption of how many people per dwelling unit, and usually that would be based off of census data and the info you have on that specific development. So if you have your average dwelling occupancy per dwelling unit from your census data, then that can be applied on average across the community, and on average it will average out based on that. But that deals with, like, if there's 2 people in a house 1 month and 6 people the next month, that's okay within one home. Overall on the system, we're looking at an average occupancy. So,
Director Barkwell, do you have a follow-up? Oh, all right. Director Fadigo, please.
Hey, can see me. Awesome. Thank you to the chair. I appreciate the street lights being mentioned in dark skies. What additional information is needed to move that forward?
Mr. Garrish, please.
Okay, so I'm going to be speaking to the current bylaw, but I think the draft bylaw reflects this. And so the changes we made in 2021 basically removed the mandatory requirement for street lighting based, again, as it always is in this bylaw, on parcel sizes being created, right? And I think the examples we used in Naramata was that the bylaw was requiring the installation of street lighting hundreds of meters from the next closest one, right? Which may not have been ideal, especially if there's a concern in the community about dark skies. And at the same time we made those changes, there were amendments made to the official community plans that basically spoke to, obviously these are electoral areas and the standard of service is going to be slightly different. And that, the preference is for dark skies, but if a property owner or multiple property owners wanted to petition in or petition to create a new street lighting service area, there were certain criteria that we would look at, right? I think it was proximity to transit stops, growth area status, and whatnot, right? So that's the current status. But if I understand, because I'm recalling some of the feedback we got from your community in relation to the official community plan review, that there's a desire for an additional bylaw in relation to street lighting. So at this point, we haven't done anything further on that request. We're still trying to get, as you know, the official community plan through to adoption. So,
any other questions for people? Not seeing any hands, so I will thank the delegation very much for a very good presentation. And I believe that there is a motion necessary on this one.
Yes, that's correct. And it is that the temporary use permit, no, it's the wrong one. I'm ahead. All right. So it is that the draft regional district of Okanagan Similkameen subdivision and development service bylaw 2900 be initiated.
Anyone move?
I'll move it. Moving it.
Second,
Yes.
I'll second it. Other question?
No, it was Director Monteith, I believe, had a question.
Director Monteith, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess I'm questioning the process. If we're making a motion here, does that activate staff to work on it further, or is that bringing it out to first reading?
CAO Zaffino, please.
Go ahead.
That would be to direct staff to work on it. Reading of a bylaw has to happen in a board meeting.
Yep. Any other questions at this point? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. That brings us to the end of this lovely.
I've got one more item. There's one more item. A surprise item.
Surprise item. Oh, go for it.
Danny, can you do a drum roll? No? I'm just waiting for another PowerPoint. And to break the suspense, I did commit at the last board meeting to try to give the board an update on Bill 44 in relation. Yeah, well, now I'm feeling the pressure. And the housing implications from a regional district perspective, because I think a lot of the announcements have been related to a municipal focus. And so I apologize, I wasn't able to get a report prepared. So I spent my time between the agenda being finalized and today putting together a quick PowerPoint, but I'm cognizant of the time. So I'll assume that the board has got a basic understanding of what Bill 44 has done in terms of mandating or rewriting, if you will, certain land use bylaws such as official community plans and zoning bylaws, and just some of the implications and next steps. And granted, there's a lot of information in that bill, and this is only one of, I think, of the half dozen that the legislature adopted that affected land use this sitting. And so I struggled with how to put the information into a PowerPoint, and I decided to focus at the end on important deadlines, which I'll get to in a minute. But it looks like we have a couple of new acronyms in our land use planning family of acronyms. So small scale multifamily housing, SSMFH. I don't know how often we're going to say that one. And then the housing needs report, which I think is going to be as common to us as OCPs and RGSs and everything else. So in looking at the timelines, and this is drawn from one of the province's media releases, so there's a lot of stuff still to happen, including announcements that are going to impact our ability to do some of the things we have to do by these deadlines. But the three that I wanted to focus on were June 30th, which is 6 months away, more or less, December 31st of next year, and then December 31st of 2025. So with the first deadline coming up in 6 months, it's a mandatory requirement that RDs and municipalities have to amend their OCP and zoning bylaws to allow for certain densities to occur. And here's our first use of SSMFH. So for the regional district, what it's mandating for us is that we have to, in all of our zones, allow for either, and we have a choice here, one accessory dwelling unit or one secondary suite. And that's across the board, but I did put an asterisk on there. The legislation does seem to suggest that subsequent or forthcoming regulations might provide exemptions or opportunities not to have to do that, but I don't know yet. and I'll touch on why that's important to us at the RD in a minute. A little more onerous, particularly for municipalities in the room over 5,000 people. I think you're looking at potentially having to amend your zoning to allow 3 to 4 units on a parcel. And again, I don't know how much this is going to impact South Okanagan municipalities, but up to 6, depending on the proximity to the transit stop and how often that, or how much service that transit stop receives. So how the province is doing this is they've created something they've called a restricted zone. And a restricted zone is any zone in your zoning bylaw where only single-family dwellings, duplexes, suites, and accessory dwellings are permitted. They did create a carve-out for manufactured home parks, and I suspect that's primarily because it's very difficult to put a secondary suite in a manufactured home, and there may not be space on a manufactured home lot to accommodate an accessory dwelling. So we went, obviously, the first thing you do is you go through your zoning bylaw to see where you might be impacted by this new direction. And so for us, I think one of the main zones we're going to have to look at is the duplex zone, because you can see right off the bat here under accessory uses, it doesn't make any reference to secondary suites or accessory dwellings. Now, of course, our concern is that we think that the legislation is requiring us to also allow suites and duplexes within this zone. And so we need to see where those are, obviously, in relation to existing community water and sewer systems. And so even here at Wright, which is in OK Falls, what are the implications of that going to be for existing services within the area? And yeah, so it's, yeah, so this is the RD slide, what we have to do at the RDOS, and I pulled the graphic at Wright out of a circular that the province put out end of 2019 when they made changes to the building code. And those changes to the building code, I guess, were kind of a foreshadowing of what's happened more recently with Bill 44 in terms of the range of dwelling units that they were going to allow secondary suites in. So it went from just single detached houses to not only duplexes, but also, as you can see in the lower image, fourplexes and up. And they also removed the floor area restriction on secondary suites, which used to be 90 square meters, or I think up to 40% of the principal dwelling unit. But I'll touch on that in a minute. Obviously, and I just touched on this too. It's much different for the member municipalities over 5,000 people. You have a lot more zoning changes potentially to look at if your bylaws already don't allow for some of this stuff to happen. So summary observations, again, from keeping in mind this is from an RD perspective, that yes, there is a housing crisis. The province has made it quite clear that's one of its priorities, and it's going to try to tackle that housing crisis. But it looks like it's prioritizing the main or principal major, whatever you want to call it, density increases within the larger municipalities of the province. And also RGS growth areas, where those services, but of course, here services isn't just water and sewer, it's also transit, already exist. I would argue that the mandated increases for density in the electoral areas are modest, and I think, knock on wood, generally capable of being accommodated without burdening our infrastructure too much. And, just to put a plug in for what the RDOS has done in the past, I think for the most part, we've already amended most of our zoning bylaws to allow for suites and accessory dwellings, and we did that, largely between 2002, 2019. Yes, there are some zones that are going to need to be addressed before June 30th, but we think those are primarily the duplex zones, and it's not going to be an overly burdensome amendment process for us. Some of the issues that we have noticed, though, and this is why I kind of flagged that we're keen to see what's in the regulations that come out for this mandated secondary suite accessory dwelling provision, is obviously the West Bench and Falder. And so for the West Bench, it's geotech concerns, and in Falder, it's water issues. And other than the duplex zone, it's those West Bench and Falder zones where we have also limited density, and that I want to emphasize may be impacted by Bill 44. I've already touched on the duplex zones. We did raise duplex with the board back in March when we talked about housing options. So as we gear up for the June 30th deadline, we might come back to you with seeking some direction on how we want to deal with duplexes. And the other items that we touched on at the March 2nd board meeting was, do we want to remove floor area restrictions on suites? Do you want to look at bumping them up maybe for accessory dwellings? And, how much density do we want to allow in locations where we can actually accommodate it? And I think really what I'm talking about here is OK Falls as a primary growth area with sewer and water. So the next deadline after that we have to be aware of is December 31st, and I think this one's actually causing us a little bit more angst than the June 30th one. Just because the province is mandating that we have to do an interim housing needs report. No choice on that, it's legislated. Some background context here. So the province first introduced this requirement in 2018, but it was kind of loose at that point. It's just, you know, you have to prepare an assessment, you have to update it, it's got to be 5 years, but you can consider what you want to do with it. No mandated requirements, right? We did one, and we did that with the participation of Summerland, Penticton, and Carameus, and we received provincial grant funding, which was great. Certainly helped us complete it in a timely fashion. So Bill 44 is saying now we must do an interim report, and that must be done by December 31st. Sure, that's days before we can get going on that. The province is going to specify how those reports have to be structured, and that information is not coming out till January. And I don't know if I mentioned it in this slide, but there may or may not be funding opportunities, but we won't know about that until February. So that burns off 2 months of our 12 months, and then you're going to have 187 or whatever local governments in the province, I suspect, scrambling for consultants to help them prepare these interim reports within a 10-month time frame. So there is some concern about that as well. And my last dot point here, not to say that we're not interested in the housing needs reports at an electoral area level, but Bill 44 has certainly imposed much more significant implications for the municipalities than for the RD in relation to these. Before I touch on that, though, again, we had no pre-knowledge of what was happening, but because of the board's emphasis on housing options as a priority for 2023, 2024 now, we had approached you in October about the regional housing strategy, and we felt that a benefit to the regional housing strategy would be an updated housing needs assessment, and that we were going to go out and touch base with the member municipalities on that. Well, the province has kind of helped us with that by saying now you have to do it, and we're hopeful that if there is funding, that we can get regional funding again and hopefully provide a service to the member municipalities, as we all have to meet this requirement. So some summary observations. Yeah, so it's going to be a tight timeline, I think, to try to get these reports done. Unclear on provincial funding, but the one upside is that if we can simply update our 2020 assessment, the province has told us that they feel that's going to meet our statutory requirements. So municipalities, whatever comes out of this interim housing, you're going to have to do, I think, OCP and zoning amendments to accommodate a 20-year housing supply based on a 20-year housing supply that the interim housing needs report establishes. The electoral areas don't. We can consider what's in that housing assessment, but we're not required to put in a 20-year housing supply. The municipalities are. So again, that's the province, I think, saying that, the housing crisis, and again, from a smart growth or growth management perspective, RGS is focusing that or having it occur within the member municipalities is the direction they appear to be going with it. The last deadline, or actually, maybe I got my deadlines mixed up here. I jumped ahead. We have to have the housing needs done by the end of next year. The 20-year housing supply has to be done by 2025. And again, I've just kind of stolen my own thunder here, but this slide touches on that. I don't really have any other observations because, again, from an RD perspective, we don't have to do the 20-year supply into our OCP. I mean, the board could choose to do so if it wished. It's just not legislatively required. Some miscellaneous items. So this is just a cut and paste from the Act. The black text is what's existing. The red text is what's proposed. Interestingly, the province is mandating that municipalities have to have an official community plan. It was suggested to us that the rationale behind this might be to keep a municipality from repealing its OCP in order to avoid having to comply with the Bill 44 requirements. I'm not sure if that's true or not. But again, from an RD perspective, I think subsection B is more important, particularly for electoral area B. They haven't said that we have to have an OCP in each of our electoral areas unless we're a prescribed class of regional district. I have no idea what a prescribed class of regional district is or if it ever will be applied. I mean, this may be nothing, right? Or it may be that we end up having to do an OCP for area B, but I just wanted to flag it for the board. No changes to the RGS directly, Part 13, but Part 14, they're introducing this concept of an urban containment boundary, and they're tying that back to the restricted zone, which of course is where they're mandating that density has to happen. Our concern is that, oh, sorry, I've forgotten something here. No. I'm going to jump over this because I'm concerned about time. So our concern is that our RGS doesn't actually use any references to urban containment boundary. And I know we've had this long ongoing discussion about what is growth in the rural area. What does that look like? Is it best captured by our current primary or rural growth area designations? Is there a better way to classify those? And I mean, not to over dramatize it, but now I'm concerned that with this reference to urban containment boundary, do we need to articulate what within the context of RGS is a containment boundary and what is not for the purposes of these density increases that the province is proposing. So we might come back to you with that shortly. I'll wrap up quickly. Public hearings. So the province is mandating that they're going to prohibit certain classes of public hearings. We won't be able to do them if it's for residential development that's consistent with the OCP. And this last slide deals with those changes that have to be done by the end of 2025. If you're building into your OCP, and this, again, this is for the municipalities, a 20-year supply of housing through zoning, you cannot hold a public hearing on that because the province is concerned, obviously, that public sentiment might try to frustrate that change to the zoning. So they've prohibited public hearings on that. So again, just next steps for us here in the planning department at the RDOS. So we are going to start to think about what changes to our zoning bylaws have to be done by June 30th. We've just had been ongoing discussions with planning staff at the member municipalities, and I think this might even be a discussion for the upcoming CAO meeting in relation to housing, but how are we going to deal with this interim housing report? What are the implications for the housing strategy that we previously put to the board? And then obviously a little bit more down the road, but into 2025, depending on what the board wants to do with what comes out of the interim housing needs report and any amendment bylaws that need to follow from that. I've said questions here, but I think I've given you everything I know. I don't know anything more.
No,
And that's it.
like to sneak big things in, don't you? I'm a little concerned that they're trying to limit public input. That might become a big issue here in the future. But, Director Coyne, please.
So I was just thinking about the housing report. Would we be able to just do that through the regional district? Like, rather than go to the municipalities, like just tack it on to our budget this year and all of us pay into that if that's the way we want to do it? And if I see a lot of faces going, but let's think about it. Like, it doesn't come out of the municipal budget. It comes out of our regional district budget, which is separate from our municipal budget.
I might defer on the budgeting question, but I mean, certainly from our perspective, ideally, we'd like to be able to do a regional assessment. And we've been told by the province that that would meet the statutory requirements. Again, it's just a challenge for us at this point in terms of putting together a possible RFP when we don't know what the required assessment criteria is going to be and if there's going to be provincial funding available to do this. So that's kind of where we're at. But in terms of how it may be paid for, I think there's been some discussion because I know the member municipalities are doing budgeting at this time, and would they put aside money, or I don't know if there's ability through a service here to pay for it, or
If it affects strictly the regional district, then there is a regional district service that we can pay for. However, if it affects everyone, where it seems it does, it would be a recoverable from the municipalities where we would have to bill the different municipalities that are part of this.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Director Federico, please, and then Director Taylor.
Thank you, through the chair. Less of a question, more of a just putting out there. Can we organize a workshop to specifically talk about housing? Because it is a big topic, and it'd be nice to be able to spend a good amount of time just working through some of the RGS and some of those smaller questions that we have on housing. I don't know if I need a motion for that, but.
Mr. Safino, please.
I'm seeing the Chris shake his head that you have the capacity.
well, capacity in the sense that, I mean, the board has already prioritized housing as a strategic project, and it's on our radar, and we have all these other now legislative requirements that we need to deal with. So I think it makes sense.
So the answer is yes.
Very good. Mr. Taylor, please.
Yeah, just wondering, cautious about what I'm asking for here, but on the housing needs assessment, community of OK Falls is recognized as a growth area, but we're not a municipality. And so we don't always get sort of recognized as such. And then we found when we tried applying for funding, because we didn't have that information, we weren't eligible for funding. So just wondering if we can keep that in mind as we proceed.
Mr. Garrett?
Certainly, the only unknown for us remains at this point what the mandated criteria from the province is going to be for the assessment, because I think they want to have consistency across the province in terms of how these reports look. So that might have an implication for how we can deal with municipalities versus growth areas versus electoral areas. So,
Director Monteith, please.
Through the chair, I was wondering if we can get a copy of the slideshow presentation. Thank you.
Yes, please. You'll send that out, Mr. Garish?
yes, sorry, yes, I will.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, going to be a contentious issue, this one, I believe. All right, seeing none, we'll be looking for a motion to move out of this committee. Moved, seconded, Director Weaves, Director Holmes, all in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, thank you kindly.
Okay, thank you, Director Knodel. We're scheduled to start at 1:45, so we'll be starting shortly. Yeah, 2 minutes at most. I do have to ask Danny, though, my little screen went blank again here. It logged off or did something that I can't reboot it. So if you could give me a quick hand before we get started.
I got wastewater.
Okay, if we can make our way back to our seats, we'll get started.
And it's oversized, and he said, well, you can't really go much bigger than that. But if I wanted to put like a bathroom and shower house for people staying in the orchard, I could put that in. Because it's not considered.
Just logged me right out.
Continuous.
All right,
That means
computer crashed.
I end up like my kids bring all their friends for weekends.
I'm good from there.
Everything's thrown.
Thanks, Danny.
They'll end up using more water and doing more crap than what crap is than.
Okay, just make sure we've got a quorum here. We do have enough to get started. The rest will filter in as they're coming back from the break. So this is an opportunity for anybody to remove anything off the consent agenda, if there's a desire to do so. Board members not seeing any hands for removal of anything from the consent. And we do have to amend the agenda just slightly. We dealt with item C4 in the committee meeting this morning. We got that update earlier, so that one will come off, just so everybody's aware. So with that in mind, looking for a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Moved, seconded, thank you. All those in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. So that brings us to the actual consent agenda. Looking for a motion to adopt the corporate services one. Moved. Thank you. Seconded. All those in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. Consent agenda development services. Motion to adopt that one. Mover, please. Moved. Seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us down to development services, item B1, and I will go to the CAO.
Thank you. So this application is seeking for a tourist accommodation use in the form of 2 tourist cabins on the subject property, which is 602 Highway 3A, to be approved for a temporary use permit. And the administrative recommendation is that the temporary use permit number 2023.20 to allow a tourist accommodation use comprising of 2 tourist cabins at 602 Highway 3A be approved. The staff is here to answer questions if you have any.
That one's actually, that was the consent. We're looking for B1.
B1, I'm a rookie.
It's a temporary use permit again, but.
That's a temporary use permit for E 2023 TUP to allow tourist accommodations for 2710 workplace for Naramata be denied.
Okay, so I'll go to Director Federico for direction.
I'd like to move the staff administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, so it's moved and seconded. And when it's a motion to deny, we inquire, the board does, if the applicant or owner is in the room and wants to address the room or the board, or they could be online and want to address. Is there anybody that you're seeing, Danny? Okay, if you could let them in. Okay, can you hear us? Hello? No response. If you can hear me, please indicate so.
No, which item number are you on?
We're on B1.
B1. So
temporary use permit in electoral area E. Is that yours?
Yes, it is.
Okay. The motion has been made to deny, so this is an opportunity for you to address the board and explain what you're trying to do and why.
Yeah, so we're just trying to get a temporary use permit from May to September. We have 2 suites that can hold 2 people each. So we're just trying to get the temporary use permit for that one. And we know that our neighbor has one, and we're wondering why would they be accepted and we being denied?
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to add or give the board for information?
Just the fact that we're just trying to provide more rental property options for people who are visiting the area, as well as helping to pay with mortgage for us as well. But just trying to, just from our own experiences, trying to get accommodations and rooms in the Naramata Penticton area. In the past, we always had difficulty trying to find rooms at a reasonable rate. So now that we are actually in the area, we would like to provide 2 extra accommodations. And Again, just wondering why certain people are accepted in the neighborhood and we are being denied.
Well, alls I can tell you, I'm not familiar with the one that you're referring to, but each application is dealt with individually, and there's different things that may change the board's minds. So this is the opportunity for you to potentially change our minds. But if you've got nothing further to add, I will ask the board if they have any questions for you.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's something about our property or the orientation of it or anything else that would prompt somebody to deny our application.
Okay, I'll check with the board here, see if there's questions. Director Federico, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Do you live on site full time, or is anybody else living on site full time?
We live on site about 1 week a month. So we have a second home in Vancouver, and we go to Naramata about once a month.
Okay, thank you.
Summer, we spend more time there.
Anything further from the board as far as questions go? Don't believe I'm seeing any hands. So thank you, sir, for your presentation. We'll go back to, I see another hand on the side. What is that? Danny?
I know my wife is trying to join. She's having some difficulty. I see she's in the list now, but she seems to be maybe having trouble getting off mute. Oh, I see her button went green.
Okay, sorry. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, so yeah, I just wanted to, I guess, reiterate what my husband had said, just in terms of trying to understand why our permit, isn't being accepted. We do believe, like he said, from our own experience, that there is a shortage of accommodations and affordable accommodations in particular. We're trying to bring, not just for our benefit, but also for the benefit of the local economy, bringing more tourists into the area, I think is beneficial for everybody all around. So we're just trying to understand why we're not getting it. And also somebody just asked about whether we are there, how often we are there. If we were to get a temporary rental permit between May and September, we would be there between May and September. There would always be one of us at least, there during the rental period. That would be our intention, to be there when the units are being rented, to ensure that it's being managed properly.
Okay, thank you for that. That's good to know. I'll just check one more time with the board if there's any questions for either of the individuals.
And the other question I wanted to ask, it seems a little strange that you're denying this without giving us an explanation as to why it's being denied. Like, when does the board provide this information? Because it seems like a not very fair process if you're just simply denying it without anybody providing an explanation. Like, I understand there's a committee that this was addressed at a committee level. So is there somebody from the committee that can explain the process and the reasons behind the denial?
There isn't a committee, just so you're aware of the process. It just comes here. It would have been planning staff that deal with it originally, and they make a recommendation to the board. It may have gone to your area A or area E, APC, and they just make a recommendation to the board based on their feeling at the time, and it's just a recommendation. You'll hear from us today, most likely some discussion and why we're voting the way we are. So that's when you'll get your opportunity to hear it. Seeing no more questions from the board, we'll turn it over into the hands of the board and debate the issue. Any discussion on this from the board? Director Federico.
If I may, I'd like to go to staff to ask why it's coming up as a tourist accommodation and not as a vacation rental.
Go ahead, please.
So in this instance, or generally vacation rentals are a residential use taking place in a principal dwelling. But in this instance, the rentals will be occurring in 2 sleeping units, which are on the basement level, but wholly separate from the principal dwelling. There's no internal access between the main home and these 2 sleeping units, and between from getting from one sleeping unit to the other, you also have to access them from outside. So because of that, we see them as more akin to a tourist accommodation use, which then does not get to the benefit of the vacation rental regulations contained in the OCP, and instead would be considered a tourist commercial use, more appropriately located in a tourist commercial zone.
Okay, thank you for that. Anything further? Director Federico? Not yet? Any more discussion on this? Oh, sorry, Director Knodel, I'll go to you, and Director Coyne Jr. after. Go ahead.
Just from that description, if they provided an internal access, would that bring this back to being a vacation rental then?
I think they're detached, but let's go to staff.
Well, I guess to add to that, both of these units, they don't have any cooking facilities either. And generally then if they were attached to the main home, then we would be looking, I guess, to rent out the entirety of the home, not just the rooms in the home.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Director Coyne?
Yeah, so I was along the same lines. So there's no way for this to fit the Airbnb model or whatever you want to call it for a short-term rental. Is that what you're saying?
Go ahead, Mr. Garish.
Well, yeah, so basically the way our bylaws are set up, vacation rental is premised on it being occurring within a principal dwelling unit. And the principal dwelling unit has a regular occupant. And these 2 units have neither of that, right? The house is separate and these are 2 units. They just happen to be attached to the house, but there's, as Fiona said, no internal access. I don't think it's easy to make internal access either, so.
All right, so they are attached, but they're, okay. Director Gettins.
Thanks, the chair. I was just wondering if, Director Federico, your area advisory commission denied. I'm just curious to hear why that. I read the letters, so it looks like these have been rented in the past. There's not enough parking. There's been garbage, sometime something got into garbage. There's some photos in the report. I just wanted to know what your APC, why they denied it.
Director Federico?
Yeah, it's just the general feeling from the community that they want, someone on site. And that this is more of sort of under a tourist accommodation is more of that hotel type feeling. And this is a very residential area. So yeah, just kind of based on overall feeling in the community of the challenges that we're having with short-term rentals in general was just echoed by the APC.
Okay. Anything further, Director Conant?
I know I'm not voting on this subject as I'm a municipal director, but I was thinking that most of the time when short-term rentals were turned down, or the philosophy behind maybe not being behind short-term rentals, is that the unit could be used for long-term rental and we don't want to take away housing. But this could not be used for long-term rental because it doesn't have any kitchen facilities. So if it is no way going to be used for long-term rental, I wonder why it might not be approved.
Valid point. Any further discussion on this? Director Knodel.
And I gather this isn't agricultural land, but would these not qualify as agritourism if it was? Just looking for a definition here.
I see Mr. Garish shaking his head, but go ahead.
So I'm going to try to remember the regs in the zoning bylaw as best I can, but I'm pretty certain that agritourism requires that the units be detached under one roof with limited floor area. And there may be an allowance for washroom facilities, but yeah, generally it has to be an an acting or active farm, generally a farm assessment in order to determine that. I don't think that's the case here, so.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, we do have the motion on the floor, and at the moment it is to deny. This is a rural vote. I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Director Bush opposes, so the motion carries. Over to B2, a development variance, also in electoral area E, CAO.
The application is seeking a variance to the front and rear parcel line setback that apply to the subject property in order to undertake construction of a new single detached dwelling. And the recommended motion is that development variance permit number 2023.032 to allow the construction of a single detached dwelling at 4545 Mill Road be approved. Staff's here to answer your questions.
Okay, I'll go to Director Federico for direction.
I'd like to make the alternate recommendation to deny, please.
Okay, so there's a motion being made to deny. Is there a seconder for that? It's on the floor. Again, when we go with the motion to deny, we ask if the applicant or owner is in the room and wishes to address the board. I see someone making their way up. Please come up, and on the little speaker deal in front of you, there's a button in the center. If you hit that, the light should turn green and you're free to speak. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Bear with me here. My name is Jeff Gagno, and I'm owner of Okanagan Development Consultants and the agent for this project and also the next item, which is the neighbor. So yes, we're here today to ask for a setback variance to the front setback of 1.2 meters, 4 feet, in order to facilitate a single-family dwelling. Part of the reason why we're asking for the setback is due to the existing shape and size of the existing lot and the riparian setback. So in 2005, the provincial government brought in the Riparian Act, which is a setback intended to protect waterways by having a 30-meter setback for new structures, with existing structures being grandfathered. At times, 30-meter setbacks cannot be reduced enough by QEP to allow for new construction. To handle this, they've also created a hardship clause. So existing lots like this would not be orphaned and deemed unbuildable. Under the hardship, relaxation to the riparian setback allows us to facilitate a structure so long as the hardship requirements are met. One of the provincial hardship requirement mandates that the proposed structure be placed as far away from the lake as possible. In order to satisfy this requirement, we situated the building 5 feet, 1.5 meters from the front property line. The setbacks or the variances to the outermost projection, which is the roof overhang, making the setback 1.9 meters, 4 feet. Our QEP is requesting hardship status through the province. In order to submit our application, we need support from the regional district for these required setback variances. The history of this lot does show existing structures dating back to the 50s. So there is something there existing. For this particular lot, the footprint that we are requesting is 33 feet long and 28 feet wide. That is significantly smaller than this room, actually. Earlier this year, our ROWP submitted a alternative septic disposal system by holding tanks, which the regional district did approve. The lot is fully serviced with water and power. Currently, there is an existing privacy fence, which is approximately 6 feet tall, and that fronts both properties. There's two properties side by side asking for the same variances. For one house on the east side, the average distance from the existing fence to the new structure is about 1 foot. And on the west side, it's about 30 inches. So anyone walking down that Mill Road right now sees the fence, The houses are on the lake side of the fence, within the setbacks, within the property. Parking issues have come up. We meet the bylaw for 2 parking sites for both lots. We've had almost every professional you can think of on board. Geotechnical hazard assessment was provided to review rockfall and landslide hazards, along with bearing capacity of the existing soils and drainage. Their report suggests that the land is safe to build on for the intended use, which is single-family dwelling. We also had riparian, our biologists, identify high hazard trees, which was removed through permits, I believe 2 years ago. We realize that these are quite large setbacks that we're asking for. 1.5 meters is not something that we would typically ever advise or ask for. But given the fact that Mill Road is a dead-end road with, I think, 12 to 15 houses beyond this site, with about a kilometer of drive before the road dead ends, we feel pretty confident that along with the existing shape of the lot, that what we're asking for is actually quite reasonable. Beyond setback approvals of today, hopefully, we still need the provincial government to approve our WDP, our hardship request. I have a lot more to say, but I think I'll just leave it at that and answer some questions.
There may be some questions from the board. I'll ask the board if they have any questions for the applicant. Director Monteith.
Through the chair, could you describe where the high water mark is on the property? Just first question.
In relation to the proposed structures, distance between the two? For one of the lots, the building is 3.37 meters, which is about 11 feet from the property line. The high water mark, I don't have a distance on the survey here, but it's at least double that to where the existing high water mark is on this day of May the 3rd when the survey was taken.
Okay, and to follow up?
Go ahead.
How large of a building would be built on this property?
So for the building on the east, it's about 900 square feet. So 42 feet going east-west, which in this room when we were here at the APC is the back wall to about the door here, and 25 feet wide, which is from the door to my left here. That's the larger of the two. The second one is about 25 to 28 feet square. So which is about 800 square feet.
Okay.
So these are smaller than existing sizes of allowed carriage houses in the regional district.
All right. Any other questions? I thought I seen another hand. Director Bush, go ahead. And then
I'm just wondering, like, if this gets turned down, is there a possibility to downsize the building, or is it already too small?
In relation to the footprint, or are we talking the height of the building?
You're asking for a variance, but can you still build something without a variance?
Thank you for the question. Unfortunately, each lot is slightly different. I think the lot on the east, we have a sliver that's about 2 meters wide and about 18 meters long that falls within the current setbacks. So that's a house that's maybe 8 feet wide. So it would be pretty unreasonable to build a house 8 feet wide. And then the other lot is very similar. These are pretty narrow lots. They're about 13 to 15 meters wide.
okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Continue. Go ahead, Director Knodel, then.
You stated that these would be holding tanks, I assume in ground, is that correct?
Yes. That is correct, yes.
And pumped on a regular basis. It's not a septic service then?
That is correct. It's not a septic service. It's holding tanks, which was approved by the regional district early this year for alternative.
Yeah, they need to be pumped out.
Yep.
Anything further, Director Knodel? No. Director Roberts.
Thanks to the chair. Could you tell me how high are these buildings? Are they going to be narrow but tall?
One of the buildings, the one on the east is, just bear with me here, on Mill Road side.
Now, let's just deal with the 445 Mill Road, because that's what we're talking about right now,
Okay.
so.
Sorry. So that is the taller of the two structures. From Mill Road, it is 29 feet from Mill Road to the highest projection of the roof, which would be the ridge. It falls within the guidelines of the bylaws for average grade calculations and height.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing no hands, well, thank you for the brief presentation. We'll put it back in the hands of the board here for debate and see where it ends up. The motion on the floor is to deny, so let's see what the board has to say. Discussion. Director Monteith, go ahead.
Through the chair, so I really do compare this to the situation we had in Culloden. This property in particular, very small lot. They're asking for a 3-bedroom home on a tiny lot. Like, it just feels like that density on the shoreline. I know my community wouldn't like it. Definitely from the representations, I see that as well as a concern, just that overbuild. So I do express that as a concern, especially on the waterfront. That is an area that's quite sensitive, so.
Okay. Any further discussion on this? Director Federico?
Thank you to the chair. So one other concern that came through is that in Modi submitted their development permit, highway use permit, and it suggested not having a setback less than 1.5, including the overhang. So by the smaller setback, which then the overhang would be over, was one reason why I put that forward, as well as resident and APC feedback.
Okay. Last chance here before I call the question. Director Roberts, go ahead.
I don't know if it's more of a question or more of a discussion point. Noticing that there's other lot sizes similar going down and is allowing one, then allowing the next, the potential is all the way along the lake, having that kind of densification, right?
Potentially.
Yeah.
Okay. Seeing no more hands, I will call the question. This is, at the moment, a motion to deny. So keeping that in mind, a rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Those opposed? Director Bush, Pendergraft, and Knodel oppose. The motion still carries. Over to B3, CAO.
Thank you. So this applicant is seeking variance to the front and rear parcel line setback that apply to the subject property in order to undertake construction of a new single detached dwelling, and the administrative recommendation is that the development variance permit E 2023.033 DVP to allow the construction of a single detached dwelling at 4535 Mill Road be approved. The staff's here.
Thank you. Go to Director Federico on this one.
Yeah, so similar situation because they're right beside each other. So yeah, I'll put forward to deny this one as well, please.
Okay, you're moving the motion to deny. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded. It's on the floor. Again, that allows you an opportunity to speak with the new owner, but same person. Go ahead.
Yes. When talking about the highways recommendation, when we asked to have a 1.5 meter setback, they did approve it. We have a letter of approval for that, so I thought that was important. And usually when you go to the regional district and you're asking for a reduction of setbacks on the roadside, the highways normally makes up a very large percentage of that decision because they're the ones that have to plow and maintain the road surface. I'd also like to say that being as the fence line is going to stay exactly where it is, there will be no change to the driving, jogging, or walking public. The 6-foot fence is there now, so as you're walking up from the east towards the house that we'll have. You'll be looking at the end of the house, which is just a one-story with a developed attic. It's not 2 stories plus an attic. And so, and then by the time they get up to the house, they'll be looking at the fence just like they do now. So very little change that way. And both Rob and my designs are very, very cottagey, the absolute epitome of Naramata's craftsman design. So we feel that they fit the area very well. Mine, being as it's got a developed attic, is 3 feet lower. I'm also a little bit confused that when you take somebody like a body like the APC, who hasn't approved very many things that have come across their desk in years, and you get an approval from them, and you get staff approval, so it makes sense on a logical basis. I just find it surprising that the directors wouldn't feel confident that it should be approved as well. It's just my opinion.
Okay.
Anything you'd like to add, Jeff?
Yeah, the MOT setback that Director Federico was mentioning, the original copy did go and it did say 1.5 meters, and they did send out a revised 1.2 or 1.19 meters setback. It was a typo on their error on their side, so they did apologize, and we did, I believe, resubmit that to staff. So again, to talk about the APC, I read all the correspondence, all the negative comments, and every comment that came up, we had an answer for. We had a professional look at it. We had, in my opinion, sound logic and reasoning for what we're doing here. One of the comments is, it's too close to the road. It is close to the road. We understand that. But if anyone's been down Mill Road before, it's a dead-end road. There is, I'm not exaggerating, maybe 15 houses beyond this house, beyond these 2 houses. There is 2 vacant lots to the west. On the corner, there is an application, my understanding is a subdivision application for strata for 2 more houses. I don't believe they had setback variances, but there's 2 more houses on the lake there. And as you travel north around the corner, there's existing structures that are as close to the property lines, maybe as close or even closer. There are many houses on Mill Road and First Street in Naramata, which I was born and raised in, so I know very well, that are very close to either the lake or the road. So would I propose this on Robinson or Ritchie Avenue? No, of course not, because those are high traffic areas. We're proposing this on a dead end road that has foot traffic, yes, and cycling traffic, yes, but there's a 6-foot fence that's already there, that's existing. And if we had the capabilities of bringing up street view, you could see that there's no views being blocked. If you're walking past there, you won't be able to see a portion of the sky. It doesn't block any neighbors. It doesn't block any views of the lake. And in fact, the only people that will really see these houses are the people that swim in Mill Bay. There's not much residential development along there. So this doesn't solve a housing issue in Naramata, but it allows for 2 more single-family dwellings. And these are small houses in comparison to what's being built on the lake today. So,
and aesthetically, it's going to look so much nicer than the 2 non-conforming little cabins that are there now.
Yeah.
Just one more thing on the setback from highways. When I went and talked to Jeff Wiseman before even removing subjects on these 2 lots, I asked him if it'd be possible to reduce those setbacks on the roadside significantly, and he just laughed and he says, well, it'd be pretty rude if we didn't when we have allowed it for so many people before you. So we didn't feel like we were asking for anything that was too outrageous. Thank you.
Okay, I'll check with the board if they have any questions first.
Can I, one more item?
One more point, sure.
Yes, please. This has been a very long process, and I would ask if there's any kind of recommendation from the board, what would be comfortable for the board to approve a setback. How can lots be advertised to be sold as single-family dwellings if we can't give variances to allow single-family dwellings? Again, these are buildings that are half the size of this room as a footprint, or even smaller. So if it means making the footprint not as wide and shaving off a foot or two, we're happy to do that. But we need to hear something from the board, ideally, some sort of recommendation as to what would look appropriate or what they could approve, because we still have the province to go after and get approval from them before we can even apply for a WDP and then a building permit. So
Okay, we understand this is just at this stage for the development variances. Questions for the applicants? I think it applies the same almost on this one as it did in the previous, so probably Director. Okay. No questions? Thank you for the presentation. We'll turn it back over to the board for debate. Director Federico.
Thank you through the chair. I have a question for staff. Can they confirm that Modi changed their number on a setback?
Yeah. Just let staff come back up. Go ahead, please, Ben.
Yeah, so in the past, we see many of these highway use permits, and traditionally Modi takes that measurement to the outermost wall of the structure, whereas, as the board is aware, for our own development variance permits, we take the measurement to the outermost projection, which is typically the roof line on a single detached dwelling. The original highway use permit that was submitted did include a discrepancy indicating that the measurement was taken to the roof line. And I did follow up with ministry staff, and they were able to confirm that that was a typo and that it should have been, the measurement should have been taken to the wall. In following up with them, they did confirm that their approval did align with the site plan submitted by the applicant.
Okay. Anything further, Director Monteith?
Through the chair, looking at the board report, it doesn't include the land, like the development idea, like the housing. Like the first application shows the footprint of the property. The second application does not.
Okay.
So I'm just looking for that. So.
Can you respond?
Is the footprint included in the permit for the second application? There were drawings that were submitted for both applications, would have included a footprint and
it's there.
Some elevation drawings. Yeah.
Okay. Anything further as far as debating on this one? Director Knodel first, and then over to Director Gettens. Go ahead.
Just a concern that given the flavor of the province, if we're denying things that are this close to buildable, sooner or later we're going to attract their attention. And so far they've kind of directed themselves to municipalities, but we can bring them into stomping around in our home area pretty quick too if we're totally non-helpful, I guess.
Okay. Director Gettens.
Thanks, the chair. I'm just, I thought it was an interesting question when the developer asked, like, what would make this agreeable with the community? And is that what, from your APC meetings, is that the problem? Is that they're too tall or they're too big? And I want to respect also what Director Monteith said about building too much close to the lake. So, and then we've also got the water line of the lake, that high water point as well. And with these septic systems, like, I'm just curious to hear, like, what happens now with these folks.
Can you respond, Director Federico, from part of it?
I can't respond to what happens next, but all those sentiments that you were saying from what you've heard is, yeah, that was the challenge with the APC, and some of the feedback that came back from the community is that they are quite tall, and regardless of their location, things are being built fairly tall in the community. I don't want to generalize that that's where we're at, but it's just that feeling from residents, and I suspect that's where quite a bit of that feedback has come from. It's just things are getting a bit tall and a bit big.
Anything further? Director Gettens, then Director Monteith.
Through the chair, just to share from a Cleveland perspective, these tiny lots were created back history, right? Today, a lot like this probably wouldn't be allowed because of the size of it. So that's the problem, is that, those lots were created way back when the laws were a bit different than they are now. But when you have these small lots and you have an interest to put a larger home on it, a 3-bedroom home on a tiny lot, that's the challenge. So, it's a buildable lot, just find a property or a build that would fit for that lot.
I would just point out that really bedrooms are a poor way of judging it, because if you make tiny bedrooms, it really doesn't matter. It's the square footage overall. And when you're talking under 1,000 square feet, it's not big. I thought I seen another hand over here. Director Coyne, go ahead.
Yeah, so getting to next steps, as was asked before, this one would be for Chris, I guess. If we say no, because this is a development variance permit, right? Do they have to wait the year to come back again for this one? Or can they go back and say, okay, we can change the roof line and get the requirement that the neighborhood wants and come back and resubmit?
Staff?
Sure, thank you. So it's a yes and a no answer. I would just remind the board that the 12-month prohibition on resubmitting an application they refused is intended to deal with frivolous reapplications where the applicant is seeking to do the exact same thing that you just refused, right? So if this applicant came back with the exact same plan, if you refused it, then the expectation is 12 months is the waiting period, but they can apply to have that waived. Now, if they came back with a redesigned structure after this is refused, it could be resubmitted almost immediately. That's right. So if it's the same design, yes, 12 months is the wait, but if it's a redesign, if it's different, something the board hasn't seen, they can resubmit it right away.
A new application is acceptable immediately. Okay, anything further, Director Coyne? No? Director Roberts.
The information in regards to the setback from Modi was a big changing factor for me.
Okay. I do have to agree with that. If it's acceptable to highways, we shouldn't be judging. It's not acceptable if they're okay with it. If it's a side setback, that's different, but the one off the highway, it's a different situation. Seeing no more discussion, the motion, Director Taylor?
Sorry, I'd just like staff to review the variances we're being asked to approve.
In
like specifically, what's the change or what we're not qualifying for that you're asking us to approve?
Okay, so can you read those specific changes out?
Yeah, so on this property, there are 2 variances being requested. The 2 variances are a front parcel line setback reduction and a rear parcel line setback reduction. The front parcel line is proposed to be reduced from 6 meters down to 1.2 meters. And the rear parcel line from the foreshore is proposed to be reduced from 6 meters down to 3.98 meters.
Okay. Seeing no more hands, I will call the question. Right now, the motion is to deny. So all those in favor? All right. Any opposed? I'm assuming it's virtually, one extra. Directors Bush, Roberts, Pendergraft, and Knodel opposed, but the motion does carry. Moving on, B4. Environmentally sensitive development permits, CAO.
Thank you. The proposed amendment to the electoral area A, C, D, E, F, H, and I official community plan bylaw will update the policies and guidelines related to the environmental sensitive development permit area in order to remove land alterations and construction as development required a development permit. And the administrative recommendation is that the regional district of Okanagan-Similkameen environmental sensitive development permit area official community plan bylaw 2912-2023 be read a first time and second, a third, and proceed for a public hearing, not third, but proceed for public hearing, and that the Regional District of Okanagan Similkameen Development Procedure Amendment Bylaw number 2500.17, 2023 be read a first and second time, and that the Board of Directors consider the process as outlined in this report from the Chief Administrative Officer dated December 7th, 2023 to be appreciated consultation for the process of Section 475 of the Local Government Act, that in accordance with Section 477 of the Local Government Act, the Board of Directors has considered Amendment Bylaw 2912-2023 in conjunction with its financial and applicable waste management plans, and that the holding of the public hearing be scheduled for the Regional District Board meeting of December 21st, 2023. And finally, that the staff give notice of the public hearing in accordance with the requirements of the Local Government Act. Staff is here to answer your questions.
Okay, that's a mouthful for a recommended motion. Is there questions on this one or a direction from the board? I'm not seeing any. Director Roberts, go ahead.
I'll make the recommended motion.
Okay, you're moving it. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded? Okay, it's on the floor for discussion. Where do we go from here? Director Gettins, go ahead.
Thanks. So I know we've been talking about this for a long time, so it probably won't come as a huge surprise that I won't be voting in favor of this. And the reason is that when this first came up, it was a lot to do around Anarchist Mountain and concerns around there, around mapping, and how does this impact Fire Smart. And I think we've addressed that it's not meant to impact Fire Smart. I think we recognize the mapping in Anarchist isn't as accurate. And where I struggle with it is if we just remove this, and sorry, I'm going to back up a second. So Anarchist Mountain, I think some of the smaller lots where there's a lot more disruption already. Agricultural land, of course, we don't have any authority. But again, I just can't stop, like half of my property that our family owns in West Bench is under an ESDP. And when we have people over for the first time and we live on the top of this gully and it's beautiful and we're trying really hard to just keep it as natural as possible and start trying to undo some of the work that's already, or some of the disruptions already happened, inevitably somebody says, you should just pull this all out and put vines. Wouldn't it be nice to look at the vines because it's a south-facing slope like grapevines? And so we never contemplating that because that's what we bought the gully for. And now that there's an environmentally sensitive development mapping on there, that means that nobody else can do that. You literally step down the path to the next gully where there is no environmentally sensitive development permit. There's no longer a gully. It's been filled up. Over 6 years, dump trucks, just filling it up. So anything that lived under there is no longer alive. Anything growing on there is no longer happening because they could just do that. And that was a massive property. That was a few acres. So I get how this doesn't work well in smaller areas. I get why it's important at subdivision. I get the ALR, but I just can't help but to think about how many acres of land it might be impacting just because people are saying, oh, the mapping's there. I'm not even going to bother doing it. There must be something in there. I think this process was flawed from the beginning with poor communication. As somebody who's in favor of it, I didn't know about the mapping until I joined the OCP committee and I saw the map for the first time. So I feel like there's more work to do on it. We were offered today some support. I think the board should direct staff with some priorities, including updating that mapping. I agree with the citizens and anarchists. It is ridiculous when you want to build something just down the road, but it doesn't represent my community values at all to throw this away. So I can't support this. That's it.
Okay, I'll go to Director Monteith.
Through the chair, I absolutely echo exactly what Director Gatton said. My community cares about the environment, and Area I wants to stay. So if it can be amended, the Area I has its own, I'm good with that, but to remove us out of this, and it's the only protection we have in our community to protect our environment. We have no regulations on cutting trees and all those sort of things. So to take any control away from our community and the process, I don't want any part of that.
Director Roberts.
Thank you through the chair. Can I ask staff to regards to some of the concerns that have been laid down now, from what I gather, it's of course in regards to the effectiveness as it has been written from the past, and that you're looking at doing things moving forward. So what kinds of things can you say that would alleviate some of that anxiety from some of the stuff that was just stated there around protecting the environment?
Mr. Garish?
Well, that's a heavy one. I mean, in all seriousness, I'm not sure what I can say. I mean, we struggle with this at a staff level. What is it we want the ESDP to be achieving? It seems to me we've tried to apply it at a landscape level where it struggles. But I also recognize too that, it struggles at the building permit stage because we're looking at where is the footing of the deck, where is that garage? Are we talking about 10 square meters into an ESDP area? What kind of an impact is that having? And are we utilizing the ESDP in the best way that we can? On top of everything else that came out of the audit in terms of available staff resources, the monitoring, the enforcement, public education, which was raised. So it's a hard question for me to answer. And I guess it's really, what does the board want, or what are the expectations around what our ESDP is going to be doing in relation to everything else that we do in regards to protecting the environment. So.
Okay. Not seeing any of their hands, but I will comment on this myself. I understand what Director Gattens is saying, but there's a bit of a false expectation if you're thinking that purple or the pink zone that's quite commonly referred to is actually protecting that gully. It's not. It just requires that now you need to have a QEP. If you sold the property, a new person comes in and purchases it, they hire a QEP and they say, this is what I want to do. The QEP goes about it, sees if there's any environmental values there. There may or may not be, but 99% of the time, they will be allowed to do what they wanted to do. No protection at all. But what did it cost? A whole bunch of money, nothing gained. I asked specifically of the biologist today if in the 131, I think it was, maybe it was 136, if there was any one that he could point out. He tried to say there isn't enough information there to be able to determine that, but I would strongly disagree with that. I've read nearly 200 of these reports myself. Every single one of them starts out with what the proposal is. Then they go into their report and tell you what they've determined and make recommendations. There's ample evidence to tell whether it works or not. They're prepared not to say that it doesn't work. They were prepared to say they can't determine it. I'm prepared, from my perspective, to make some changes, but I think you've got to get rid of this one and start anew, and that's where we need to go. We need to keep it for subdivisions because that's where the biggest impact can actually happen. Keep that part. If we want to protect specific things, let's do that. But with the existing one, it's way too broad. There's nothing that is really for sure. So that's my 2 bits. I won't speak to it any further, but I see some of their hands, so go ahead.
Through the chair, I understand completely, but I don't believe in removing the only regulation we have until we have something else in its place. So if we could put this on hold and work on something else so we have something to switch to, I'm game. Otherwise, I can't support it. And I know my community does not.
Okay. Did I see another hand here? Or a reluctant one? Go ahead.
Reluctant one. I guess just a comment on sort of the ESDPs and sort of failing at a subdivision level. I think you just have to look in Naramata and you will see what's happening. So it'll take a certain QEP that wants to be there to protect the environment, but if you get one who doesn't, they will formulate their report however they want to get what they need to for their client. So I'm kind of half in between in this one, in that, if we have some rules in place to keep them there until we have something to replace them, but I'm also on the fence where it's failed our area in what we currently have, and that's at a subdivision level. So I'm not sure where I sit with this, but
yeah. I have to comment on this one, that what happened at the subdivision level happened prior to actually the subdivision. And that's where the biggest fall down on this happens. Someone who owns a lot can log it, clear cut it, whatever, then they come and make their subdivision application. If it was done in proper order, they probably wouldn't have been able to have clear cut it in the first place. But irregardless, we're where we're at. Any more discussion? We do have a motion on the floor. Director Coyne.
Yeah, I think Mark put it pretty well. That's the issue that I've seen out here with a few of those. And people buy the property believing that in good faith, and then they find out that they can't do what they want to do after they bought it. And that's kind of a very sad scenario. And the cost of these QEPs, it's ridiculously high. It's $10,000 to $15,000 is the ones that I've been quoted that people have told me about. And not only is it the dollar value, but it's the time, because it takes a long time for them to do their report and get it through. And then by the time it's, out here where we have, a lot more winter than over in your area, you can easily lose a year. So I think it's time that this has really needs to be thrown out and start over again. Thank you.
Okay. Director Gettens?
Yeah, thanks. So, I said it earlier today too, that living in the South Okanagan especially in the South Okanagan in this valley, it's such a privilege. And that's part of the reason why it's such a privilege, because we live in such a unique place. And I know everyone around this table feels the same way about protecting that. My concern is that we're never going to get to an improved tool if we get rid of this, because we've got this long list of things that have to happen. I hear it's filling up the subdivision, and I say that's where the best bang for the buck is. And then it's costing $10,000. And then we've got my example, and we've got all these antidotes. I mean, we can all go and find a story to support our debate from anywhere we want to go. But what we do have in front of us is recommendations, and where is the shared planner that we used to have? Why don't we do something better? If it's costing our citizens too much, why don't we take up the offer and work with the municipalities and work with the feds and all the rest of them to do something better? But just to say, get rid of it, I can't. There's a lot of acreages out there. There's corridors that we need to protect. I actually think the mapping should be enhanced, and that's one of the recommendations, to start connecting some of this together. So I can't support this. I agree that it's not perfect, but I can't support getting rid of it altogether, because I think it's impacting people. And I'm an example. I'm like, okay, great. We're just not going to do anything. And that's a few acres, whereas maybe a few years ago, somebody else would say, yeah, let's pull out and put on some vines. But maybe now they won't. You can't judge the impact of education. And that's what they were saying before. It's is this a permitting opportunity or an education opportunity? We're failing at the education opportunity. So this is a chance to have that conversation with people that are about to make a pretty big decision. So that's why I can't support it. Yeah, anyway, that's it.
Okay. Did I miss a hand, Director Taylor? And then Knodel. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how long is the process to come up with a bylaw that addresses what the gap between Director Monteith and Director Pendergraft?
That's a good question. I'll have to go to staff.
This has been a very challenging bylaw process. I think honestly we're 5 years into it, right? Certainly 4 years into it, coming into the 5th year. Not to say that it should have taken this long, because there's been extenuating circumstances, but really we already have within planning a full list in relation to vacation rentals and housing projects that the board wants to review, ongoing OCP review schedule. And there's going to be the funding aspect, and I think the mapping is going to be the most expensive of that in terms of replacing what we currently have with something new. I've heard stories that our current mapping is the old way of doing it, that you can do it with LiDAR now. But I was given a quote informally from a consultant that you're looking at probably $30,000 in electoral area, but that's without knowing the average size of our electoral area. So factor that by 6 or 7 electoral areas, and we're well over 6 figures now. And I'd say probably a 2-year process from when we were able to commence that project in order to getting it done. So,
okay. Director Knodel?
Yeah, we've got a law or a system here that's fundamentally flawed right from the get-go. And you can't educate iron into gold. It's just not going to happen. So when you have large-scale subdivisions that can easily pay the money and go ahead and then look at non-compliance as just a cost of doing business, you know, how much territory do you lose before you actually get around to doing the right thing? Now, I'm not sure that we can even develop another bylaw while one's in place.
Yeah, you can.
You can?
Yeah.
Then I'm going to suggest that we start doing it now. We should have started doing it yesterday. But the one we have doesn't work at all. Thank you.
Director Gettins?
So I'm going to make a recommendation, and it's not an official deferral because I know we've been deferring this for years, but we did have confirmation this morning from the federal and provincial government and that the CAO was willing to have a discussion with them. There are, I think, 5 recommendations in this report, including updating our mapping, future studies and reviews, because like I'm frustrated too. I'm frustrated that this is happening, that all this money was spent. We'd heard a lot, like, you know, when the Fed said that they have got skin in the game, and, you know, I think we're over like 1.2 million or whatever it is invested in this. I've got letters from people here about the hours they've worked on it. And so it's frustrating that it's not working and we're not meeting what we hoped it would. But I do want to hear what their offer is on the table and how we can share this resource. And maybe at the risk of being like, oh my goodness, of just putting this off until the next board meeting. I wouldn't support a public hearing on December 21st of this because I don't think that's very fair. And that's what's in the current motion on the floor. I think that's too close to Christmas and just like too many people are away. But I would like to hear from the CAO, from the conversations that you're willing to have with the federal and provincial government. There's recommendations in here. What if they come with some money? Like, what if this is enough priority? Like, we're obviously on the map. There's conversations happening. I don't know if we're having them regionally or through the valley or what we're doing, but to make this decision right now without hearing from our CAO on the recommendations and offer of support from the federal and provincial government, I don't want to say it officially because we've been doing this for years, but I just want to hear about that.
CAO?
I do have it on my notes. I will be following up, and I committed to the board that if they get back to me, I will have a report for the 21st.
Okay. Did I see another hand? I would just remind the board that when this started, probably 3 or so years ago, and the province came to us, it was 12 months, and they'd get back to us with this study and all the results. Well, 3 years later, here we are, and they really couldn't tell us anything. And nothing that we didn't already know. I think if we take this out, they will come with the money and say, here, we'll do the remapping. If we don't, they're just going to delay it. And you'll be here another 6 years and nothing will have changed. Let's force their hand. Director Taylor?
Just curious, maybe staff can tell us how many of these permits have we had to issue in different areas? Like, how many do you have in your area, Mark?
I don't know the exact number, but staff can probably have a better idea.
So I have to apologize. I don't have an electoral area breakdown, but I think since we made the changes in 2017, we've been averaging, I'm going to say between 40 to 60, which I know is a wide range, but I mean, that you get slow years, you get busy years, and so it's within those parameters. So
yeah, it's normally been around that 50 mark each year. It's a lot of staff time and effort going into it. Seeing no more discussion, we do have the motion on the floor. And the motion is right now. It's a long one. I won't read it all, but it is to give first and second reading and proceed to public hearing on December 21st. This would be a rural vote. Yes, of rural directors. You actually are a participant in planning, so you did get to vote. Director Taylor?
Even if we go ahead with this, December 21st for a public hearing doesn't seemed like a good day to me.
That is our regular board meeting. Is that not correct? Just so we're all clear on that, okay? December 21st is the next board meeting. Director Federico, I was just on the verge of calling question, but go ahead, last chance.
Has this gone to our APCs?
Yes.
Okay.
It has. Call the question, rural vote. All those in favor? Those opposed? Directors Monteith, Gettins. It carries. And I would just remind everybody, that just means it's going to public hearing. That isn't anything approved. So moving on, next one is B5, Official Community Plan Electoral Area H, CAO.
Thank you. This application is seeking to amend the zoning of the subject property, which is 551 Unnamed Road, and that's not the name of the road. It actually doesn't have a name, in order to allow a 1 lot and 2 remainder subdivision. The administrative recommendation is that the Electoral Area H Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw 2497.16, 2023, and the Electoral H Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2498.27, 2023 be denied. Staff's here to answer your questions.
I'll first go to Director Coyne for direction on this one.
I'm going to recommend the administrative recommendations so that we can hear from the proponent.
Okay, so you're moving it. Is there a seconder? It's on the floor. With that, that does give the opportunity for the applicant to speak to this one if they're in the room or online. Anybody there, Danny? So obviously nobody jumping up in the room here. There may be one. They say they're here on the chat, so can you hear us?
Can you hear me speaking?
Yes, we can now.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the directors and management and staff for your participation today. My name is Bronwyn Denton, and I'm a land surveyor with Altera Land Surveying in Kelowna, and I'm acting as agent for the developer on this proposal. I'll start by saying that it was unfortunate that we didn't have a quorum at the most recent APC meeting, so I wasn't able to hear from the community their thoughts on what's being proposed here today. And I want to especially thank Mr. Kent and Mr. Garish and Director Bob Coyne for the time they spent as we've gotten to this meeting today. These properties have been owned by my clients since 1990, and what is being proposed here is a rezoning, an OCP bylaw amendment coming out of a boundary adjustment between 2 district lots. I do have a presentation that I'll bring up just because I'm a really visual person, and that will maybe save you from having to stare closely at your screens as I go through this presentation. So just bear with me one moment and I'll bring that up for you.
Okay, it's starting to show.
Okay, that's
I could ask
perfect.
Danny to just enlarge that a little bit for us, please. There we go. Go ahead.
Great, thank you so much. So the parcel that I've highlighted in orange here is the remainder of District Lot 1195. These parcels are former mineral claims, and so they've kind of got a bit of an odd shape, and there's weird overlap between the parcels owned by my client. And of course, Highway 3 and the Smilkmean River are all bisecting the properties, which is kind of contributing to these weird hooked and remainder parcels that you see in your package, not necessarily in this image, but in your package. So I would respectfully ask that as I'm giving this presentation that maybe the directors think about if they would be willing to entertain alternative 1 or 2, because I openly acknowledge that there is more work to be done in this in this development before we get to the point where the client really has a better sense of what the ultimate development capacity is of the lands, including remainder DL 1195. So this is currently a split zone parcel. It's currently designated RA with a minimum parcel size of 60 hectares. And the main reason that we're trying to make this change is so that the owner can move forward with developing the CT1 parcel. So this is the view from the highway of the CT1 lands. So flat access off of Highway 3. I'm not sure that you can see my mouse, but the CT1 parcel is the proposed piece of land between the river and the highway. And the whole purpose of the boundary adjustment is to create one parcel where my cursor is, because right now it's two parcels. So Mr. Garish and I have discussed this zoning several times. And again, I thank him for his time on this, and I don't want to waste anyone's time. And so I was disappointed when the staff recommendation was to decline. This parcel has never met the minimum parcel size of 60 hectares. And in the context of the OCP being 13 hectares, it really is more consistent with an LH zone and not really an RA, although it was probably classified this way when the OCP came in because of its lack of access. But by comparison, the land on the north side of the highway where I've got this little label for Princeton, that is a very similar parcel in terms of terrain, and it is in the LH OCP designation and zone. I think that the only other thing I wanted to point out is that staff commented in the report that administration does not consider the subdivision to be necessary for the development of the existing commercially zoned portion of the parcel. And I don't fully agree with that, and just wanted to draw your attention back to this screen image, because this dashed line, this dashed triangle of 0.2 of a hectare that's on the south side of Highway 3, that's currently a property line. And so if my client was to try to develop the lot as the boundaries are right now, of course, no buildings could cross this property boundary. All of the zoning setbacks would have to be adhered to. And so it would make a parcel that's already got some physical constraints, including a setback from the Similkameen River, even a little bit more difficult to develop. So I just wanted to point out that I don't completely agree with any particular point. Certainly welcome questions from any of the directors. Oh yes, here's a better image of the small triangle, at the point of the orange arrow. I know that there's some concerns about the steepness of this property, and I'm sorry, I don't really have photos that speak to that. These are just taken out of the river. But yes, I'll stop there and open it to questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the brief presentation. Questions of the applicant's agent? Gosh, all quiet. Seeing no hands? Thank you for the presentation. We do have the one motion on the floor. We will debate and see where it goes. Discussion, debate. Director Coyne, go ahead.
So just to note that there's no neighbors to this property that would be affected in any way, shape, or form by this, by this subdivision. It would just, the deterrent part of it for me is it leaves that back lot with no access, which it doesn't have now, but that's the only part that I see that's confusing on this one.
Okay. Anything further? Seeing no hands. Again, this one is a rural vote. Did you want to follow up on that, Director Coyne?
Yeah, I won't be voting to support my own motion. I just wanted to get it on the floor.
It's probably worthwhile mentioning.
Yeah.
Okay. Director Knodel, go ahead.
It's a curiosity question. This is back when Christ was learning to walk. Was there a motel on that piece of property?
Director Coyne, recollection?
Rick's got to be as old as me to remember the Circle K that used to be there.
I ran out of gas on my motorcycle there once.
Okay, no reminiscing. No further discussion. We do have the motion at the moment. Oh, Director Gettins?
Yeah, I'm just curious why staff are again. I'm just trying to see, never mind. I know why, like, what's the problem with a development out there then? Especially if there's one that was there before.
Maybe staff could give us a brief rundown on their rationale for denying this one.
Yeah, so this subdivision would result in the remainder lot 1195 to the south of the Similkameen River being its own separately titled parcel. And it does have a number of land use constraints present on it. It has a high wildfire hazard. It comprises significant steep slopes, and it currently does not have access from the highway. The ministry has also noted that there are significant barriers to providing alternative access either through adjacent parcels or through the front of the parcel due to improvements along the highway in that area. There are, I believe, safety barricades, and the Similkameen River does alienate that back portion from the roadway, which from a staff perspective calls into question its viability to be developed as a parcel.
So just for my own information, then the determination is that that little triangle that's on the opposite side of the road would be the only developable portion of that existing lot? Is that what you're saying?
So there is a hooked portion on the north side of
Yes.
the highway as well. I'm not sure if that would be currently developable.
Okay. Did I see another hand? Director Knodel?
I'm troubled by any piece of property that's divided, and especially that's divided by a major highway, but just divided all creates a whole different problems for a landowner. So I hate seeing properties split by roads or even rivers for that matter.
Okay. Director Monteith?
Through the chair, what is the benefit to the applicant to have a piece of property then that has no legal access?
I can't speak to that, but I believe they own both lots. Is that not correct at the time being? So they're making one more usable and no plans on the other portion. That's my immediate thought, but Director Coyne, go ahead.
It was that little triangle of that lot that's on the other side of the river that comes into the other one, into the one that's on the north side of the river. There's a little triangle of that other lot that sticks in there. That's why that's the whole point, is to get rid of that off of that front lot so that they don't have the setback issues with that little corner. So they can use all of the front lot instead of having to deal with that little piece that's on a different lot.
Okay, it's clear. Seeing no more hands, the motion on the floor at the moment is to deny, so I will call the question on that, and this is rural again. All those in favor? To deny. Okay, those opposed? I'm assuming unanimous on terms of, yeah. In terms of denying, it was unanimous. There was all opposed to the denial. So, is there a direction on this? Another motion, Director Coyne?
So I'd like to make the motion that we approve the subdivision.
The alternative? Which one is it specifically?
The bottom one, I haven't got it in front of me, but it's the bottom one, the second one.
Okay, alternate 2. Could we have that read out, please, Ms. Mullen? Just so we know which one we're.
Alternative number 2 is that the electoral area HOCP plan amendment bylaw 2497-16, 2023, and electoral area H zoning amendment bylaw 2498.27, 2023 be read a first and second time and proceed to public hearing. And that the board consider the process as outlined in the report from the CAO dated December 7th, 2023 to be appropriate consultation for the purpose of Section 475 of the Local Government Act, and that in accordance with Section 477 of the Local Government Act, the Board of Directors has considered amendment bylaw number 2497-16, 2023 in conjunction with its financial and applicable waste management plans, and that the holding of a public hearing be scheduled at the Regional District Board meeting of January 4th, and that staff give notice to the public hearing in accordance with the requirements of the Local Government Act.
Okay, that's, just to confirm, that's the one you're making, Director Coyne? You're moving it? Is there a
Sure.
seconder for that? Seconded, it is on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion carries. No opposition. Down to B6, CAO.
Thank you. The regional district is proposing an amendment to the zoning of the subject property, which is 1313 Grayback Mountain Road, in order to allow the development of a composting facility as well as public maintenance yards, a work yard, including accessory buildings and structures. And the recommended motion is that the Okanagan Valley Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2800.24, 2023 be adopted.
Okay. Direction on this one? We've been down this road. Director Bush, you're moving it? Seconded, it's on the floor. Any discussion? This was the one from last meeting that we dealt with, just to refresh everybody's memory. Director Federico would like to speak to it. Go ahead.
Just for the record, I'm not in favor of rezoning this. I just, without having approvals from any of our ministries to move forward with this, I'm not in favor of putting one building on there without being able to have the second. And I also don't feel that it's an appropriate place in the middle of residential. So I will not be voting in favor of this.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing no hands. Again, this is rural. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Directors Federico opposed and Director Coyne. Motion carries. Down to Public Works, C1, CAO.
Thank you. So this recommendation is looking for the board's report on 4 separate grants. And the recommended motion is that the Board of Directors support the following applications to the Local Government Infrastructure Planning Grant Program for the following projects: Ska State Improvement District Engineering Assessment, Willowbrook Water System Plan Update, Naramata Water System Master Plan Update, and SCADA Master Plan Update.
Okay. Direction from the board on this one? Director Taylor, question or go ahead?
I didn't understand. I thought I saw in one place there, these grants have a limit, they're 10 grand each is the maximum, or have I misread something there?
I believe it is. Grants are up to $10,000 are available to support a wide range of initiatives. So it's 10. I would ask Ms. Blumen, is she on? Lisa, are you on?
I think, go ahead, Andrew, can you step up and go for it?
I'll step up. So it's a maximum of $10,000 that they'll support for a $15,000 grant is what they look at. And that's about it.
Okay. So this is just for the plans, but go ahead, follow up.
And is that 10 grand for each one of these initiatives?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Go follow up. Go ahead. You're moving
I'll
it.
move the motion.
Okay, mover, seconded. It's on the floor. Any discussion? I think they're all needed. It's just a matter of, is the extra funding, can I ask, there to deal with these if we're successful? Or is it just the expectation that it's going to just cost 10?
I really couldn't answer those. I'm sorry. That would be Lisa to answer that. I just
I
stepped in.
see her popping up on screen here, so please, Ms. Bloomfield.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, these are projects that we already planned in the business plan and have funding. This will just help offset a little bit of the cost of each.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, this one happens to be a corporate vote, so all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to C2, Organics Processing Center Unit Costs for Information. That one we dealt with this morning, but did we want to add anything to that one? Okay, so C3, it would be Organics Processing Center Consultation RFP Award, or Consultant, sorry, CAO, go ahead.
So that's exactly correct. This is awarding the RFP, and the recommended motion is that the regional district award the Penticton Organic Processing Center contract to Ecom Canada Limited for the purpose of designing, providing contract administration, and commissioning a 2-compost facility in the amount of $1,928,585 plus applicable taxes. Mr. Reader is here to answer any of your questions or concerns.
Okay, Director Monteith.
Through the chair, I guess it's the first time I've seen it referred to as the Penticton Organic Processing Center. And I'm curious why it's Penticton, not the regional district.
Or Campbell Mountain.
And Campbell Mountain, like I feel like we're setting it up not to be a regional facility. And I just want to bring that to the board's attention.
Okay.
Can you answer?
Sure. I wasn't sure there was a question, but we're happy to change the name. It was just what we actually had put on the RFP documents, and there was no intent to call it a Penticton facility. It's generally for the regional area.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Bloomfield.
I think that it's been operated under a license being held by Penticton, by the city of Penticton. Is that correct?
The existing one is, yes.
The existing facility is. So this would be a new operation certificate, but there was no intent to.
It's still a regional facility.
It's a regional facility.
Okay. As long as that's emphasized, it's regional facility. Any further discussion? Don't think I'm missing any hands. I think we do. You're prepared to move it? Move it, seconded, thank you. It's on the floor. Any further discussion? A flag, there we go. Seeing no hands, let's go for a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Director Fedrigo, it was weighted, that still carries. Down to C4, we dealt with finance. D1, reserve expenditure bylaws for fire departments. This is probably what the chiefs were here for earlier and have left. CAO.
I see that the fire department couldn't last.
Yeah.
They are coming back, I understand. So there's opportunities for the fire departments to purchase a lot of equipment that's out there that is not in the 2023 budget. Some of this is also would be in the 2024 budget, but the deals are such that they cannot wait. So for those items that are in the 2024 budget, they will be taken out before first reading, and they will be spent here. A lot of this money is being funded. It's all being funded through reserves, but it's found money from the wildfire revenue. So let me start the novel. That bylaw 2988.01 2023 being a bylaw to amend 2023-2027 5-year financial plan be read a first, second, and third time and adopted. That bylaw 3054 2023 being a bylaw to authorize an expenditure bylaw for $296,000 for a cab and chassis for the Kaleden Fire Department be read a first, second, third time and adopted. That bylaw 3055 2023 being a bylaw to authorize an expenditure for $26,000 for a UTV for the Anarchist Fire Department be read a first, second, and third time and also be adopted. That bylaw 3056 2023 being a bylaw to authorize an expenditure of $160,000 for a Type 2 structure protection trailer and $100,000 for a common duty truck for the Willowbrook Fire Department be read a first, second, and third time and be adopted. And finally, the bylaw 3059, 2023 being the bylaw to authorize an expenditure of $206,000 for a type 2 structure protection trailer for the Carameas Fire Department be read a first, second, third time and also be adopted. The chiefs were here, but we do have the manager of finance here to answer questions.
Okay. He's moving it. Okay, it's moved. Is it on seconder? It's on the floor. Perfect. I think most people realize what was referred to when they say by found money as wildfire fighting money. When the fire departments respond to BC wildfire at their request, they're paid for their calls. So those that don't have fire departments may not know that. So we just wanted to make sure, or I wanted to make sure everybody understands where that comes from. This was money they earned fighting the wildfires, and it's gone into reserve, and they're trying to upgrade their equipment. So it's actually a good thing taking it off, or we'd be having a higher budget in a lot of cases for tax requisitions. So this is great to reduce that. Any further discussion on it? Director Taylor.
The equipment is expensive. It's always expensive. And I just really appreciate staff. And by staff, I'm referring to the fire departments looking for use of secondhand equipment and cost savings and things like that. And yeah, I'm sure they'd love to have new, but I really appreciate going with a cost-effective method.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, this one again is a corporate vote. We'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to D2 for Willowbrook Fire Hall expansion. Let's go to the CAO.
So the board has seen this a number of times through budget amendments. And with the amendments, we finally have a revised RFQ and an amendment to the original contract. So the funds are there. It's in your report. There's enough funds on here, and the recommended administrative recommendation is that the contract for the design and construction of the Willowbrook Fire Hall expansion and upgrade that was awarded to Smart Kitchen Solutions in April 20th, 2023 in the amount of $388,900 be approved by the board to be revised to $589,268 plus applicable taxes. As far as the taxes are concerned, on the GST, we being a local government, we get that 100% back.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Knodel.
So move the administrative recommendation.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. Any discussion on this one? Seeing no hands, I'll call the question again, corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. And just for the information of the fire chiefs that just came back, D1, the capital purchases did pass, just so you're aware of where we're at, as did just D2. Thanks for showing up. In case there was a question, you didn't have to answer. E2, or E1, sorry, Legislative Services. CAO?
Thank you. So we've been negotiating with the town of Oliver back and forth to take a look at the Oliver and District Parks Recreation Services to transfer the management to the town of Oliver. As I understand, they have approved it in their last council meeting, and now we're bringing it to you. The recommended motion is that the bylaw 2942.01 2023 being a bylaw to combine the 5 services currently managed by the Oliver and District Parks and Recreation Society into one service be adopted, and that the board of directors approve the management agreement between the town of Oliver and the regional district of Okanagan-Similkameen for assumption of the town of Oliver for the provision of the parks and recreation services as established under bylaw 2942 as amended. I just want to add further that although this is asking to combine it, technically until the province puts it through the BC assessment for 2024, it would still look like 5 services, but in 2025, it will be 1. It takes quite a while for a bylaw from this table to go to the province, to go to the BC assessment. If we were a municipality, it'd be done immediately, but we have to follow the rules.
Okay, and these do have to be voted on separately. just because of the voting structure, I'm thinking. So the first portion of that, Director Johansson is moving it. Is there a seconder? Yep, it's on the floor. Any discussion on this one? Seeing none. Corporate, all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. The second portion of that, which is the corporate weighted. Director Knodel, you're moving it. Thank you. Seconded. Great. It's on the floor. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Brings us down to CAO reports. CAO.
I have none.
Okay. We've talked you out today. Other business. Verbal update from myself, I guess. The only thing I was going to mention was there's an update in regards to the Fire Safety Act. For the rural areas, it is looking at the moment like we're not going to have to declare we're going to have to declare a inspector and an investigator, but we can make that the fire commissioner's office. So it shouldn't cost us any money as it's sitting right now. So that's from the last meeting. Municipalities, it's still going to be the local fire chiefs, but it is, and it will be when it's finalized at our request. So that's going to have to be something that we follow up at on a later date. But right now it's where we're at on that. Otherwise, I don't have anything further to report on. Director's motions. Did I see a hand? Oh, sorry, Director Coyne.
Yeah, I just had a question to you, Mark.
Sure.
There. Where municipalities provide the fire service for the regional district, will we be doing that job for you guys? Is that how that's going to work, or do you know yet?
If it's done where you're servicing any, what is the word I'm trying to think of, an improvement district, it might still be done by that municipality. That hasn't been worked out, but if it's an RDOS fire department or an area, the rest of the areas, we can designate the fire commissioner's office to do those work, or to do that work. So anything further? No. Director's motions. Go ahead, Director Gettins.
Thanks, Chair. And sorry, I should have brought this up to you earlier, but I wanted to put forward a notice of motion that I'd like to request that we take a look at their RDOS correspondence policy, especially around the idea when it comes to petitions and if we redact addresses and names and privacy and that kind of thing. So I'd like an opportunity to review that.
Okay, so this is a notice of motion on that one. Okay. Anything further as far as director's motions or notices of motion? Seeing none. Board members, verbal updates. Anything to report from your areas and communities? Go ahead, Director Miller.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the board a trivia question to see how bright everyone is. IH released the average life expectancy of everyone in IH, and an Okanagan, or actually one of the communities here at the RDOS has the longest average life expectancy in the Okanagan, and I'm wondering if anyone would dare to guess what town or city that would be. Boston? No. So congratulations, Summerlanders. You're going to live to be 82 years and 2 months, and people from Penticton are only going to live to be 80 years and 5 months. So, Doug, you're going to outlive me.
By 2 years anyway. Interesting. I wonder how they come up with that, but. Yeah, okay. Any more verbal updates? Director Taylor.
Yeah, 3 quick points. We got a positive letter back from a minister regarding Aster on our beach, and I mean, it's not going to get us very far yet, but I really hope that staff can use that as leverage to work with the province and get a reduced footprint. While maintaining the Aster, we definitely want to maintain the Aster on a portion of that beach. Second, with respect to Modi, we met with the new operations supervisor, second time now. I know people had some longstanding relationships. I wasn't part of those, and when I came in, there was just nobody there. This is a real positive breath of fresh air, great person to work with, and we have hopes of getting a bit of a review of how the major roads work in our community. Last, just short-term accommodations. I know legislation's out there, and I just really hope staff can come back to us at the first opportunity when we have something to report relative to regulation.
It's just been published an hour ago.
Well,
we are
hoping to hear something soon.
Okay, thanks for that update, and best of luck with that Astor. I think you do have a window of opportunity here, so let's hope it works out. Seeing nothing further there, motion to adjourn. Moved, seconded, all in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? We are done. Appreciate your patience, but we're actually on time, so thank you, everybody. Thank you, staff. And Danny, thumbs up.
See you later, Spencer.